Good evening, my tea and or soap haters.
Yeah.
Sworn off both. Never doing that shit again. Oh my god.
Whoa.
Give him some kisses, he needs them. Wait, why were we so close to him just now? This is it then, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, it's time to put an end to this now. To the miserable curse that has been plaguing Mr. Natsume. To everything. And in my own small way, I shall do everything I can to help you. I want you to know, I feel like we're on the 4th case of this game for some reason. Can't tell you why. Maybe it's because... I know why, it's because this is reflecting the 4th case of the last game. Moving on. I always appreciate your help, Miss Susato. Suffering Soseki selfishly sidelined! Good morning to you too, Mr. Natsume. Good morning! Good morning, locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire! Listen to you two! Chatting away as happily as if the main player of today's trial isn't here! Why would you do that? Why? Oh dear. We didn't mean to cause offense, Mr. Natsume. I thought perhaps that because you had your eyes shut so tightly, you were meditating, finding inner calm. It seemed wrong to disturb you. I was waiting. What's the matter, Mr. Natsume? You seem different somehow today. Why, naturally, that's because I've attained spiritual enlightenment. The path of literature, you see, is a journey to discover one's own death. Write that down. Or such like. That's the sort of morning conversation I was hoping for. That's why I had my eyes shut. I missed the signs, I'm afraid. Somehow. You'll have to forgive me. And you mustn't talk of your path leading to your death, Mr. Natsume. That was just an example! Oh yes, there it is. Inner calm. You barely came to see me at all yesterday. I was sure you'd abandon me and return to our beautiful long-lost homeland. We've not even been in Great Britain a week yet. Yes. Well, anyway. I intend to set everything straight in court today. I'm determined to uncover the truth. I've actually reached an important decision myself. Oh? What sort of decision? I'm getting the fuck out of here. I shall fill you in after the trial. Alright. It would seem Mr. Sholmes isn't coming today after all. He's already infiltrated the courtroom. It's a very clever message, I think. My dear fellows, you must win this battle on your own merits. It's a very clear message, I think. That he's overslept again. That great detective. My arch nemesis. Long may he stay away, if you ask me. Oh, I see what you've cooked up. Oh, okay. Oi, defendant, and your legal representative. The trial is about to begin. Make your way into the courtroom immediately. Today, once again we face the Reaper. And when the Reaper stands for the prosecution, the defendant's fate is sealed. But I don't believe in that legend any more than I believe in Soseki-san's curse. The truth is hidden here somewhere, and I won't let it escape me. I have to keep believing in my client. keep fighting to the very end. That's all. And who is this that just joined?
It's me!
It's her.
Wow.
This is great. This is great. We got someone who just got back from Japan, and the court case we are dealing with is about a guy who is from Japan and England.
Oh my god.
You ever heard of Soseki Natsume?
No.
Okay.
He wrote a book called I Am a Cat. That's apparently pretty popular.
Yeah, he's a famous
Japanese author.
Japanese author. Wrote a lot of like satire and stuff.
Wow.
And in this game, they have opted to put him in here because, well, they wanted to make a game about a Japanese lawyer going to England in the early 1900s, and they were like, oh, this guy was in England during that time, and he had a fucking miserable time.
Oh.
We need to put him everywhere. So that's where we're at here. So welcome,
Great.
welcome, Spencer.
Thank you.
Been a minute. 23rd February, 9:40 a.m., the Old Bailey courtroom.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session.
Spencer, you can call to voice anyone you want. You see a character, you call them, they're yours.
Okay, thank you.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah. I call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is ready.
Matt, are you there? He's run away.
No.
I was gonna say, come on, Matt, don't you want to voice this guy? Yes, the defense is ready.
Very good. And now I call upon the 6 ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Chosen by lot to represent the will of the people in this trial. Are you ready to proceed?
Absolutely. Justice will be done, you mark my words.
I feel obliged to say, I feel especially ruthless on days when my hat is sitting just right.
This character was in the last game. I don't remember her ever talking about her hat until this one.
Right.
They had to give her a gimmick, I guess.
Oh, well, I wonder if you could adjust my hat for me. And please, be as ruthless as you like.
Well, thieves deserve to die, if you ask me. Especially gas thieves. I have no sympathy for the man at all.
Look, I said it yesterday and I'll say it again now. I don't have time for this. I've got my own problems.
Oh, may the Lord show us all the light here, and lead his flock into a righteous verdict again today.
I was hoping he'd be in the surgeon attire this time and it would tie in somehow.
Now, Lord Von Zeeks, what can you say? What can you tell us?
Curious if we're gonna have any new witnesses.
The prosecution's report. Please, for the court.
Art.
In relation to the theory expounded by the defense yesterday, regarding the defendant's tea.
Oh yeah. So he does have the results.
That's not tea.
Come on, asshole, drink it.
Before the prosecution delivers the black news about the black tea belonging to the blackguard in the dock. Pray, allow me a moment to savor a liquid of a more sanguine hue. fact. I'll defer to the good detective for the report. Here's to you, Inspector.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. As indicated by the defense, we found a bar soaked just outside the victim's window in the snow. And there was indeed a frozen reddish liquid in a little depression on the top of it. Yes, that's the tea. That's what Mr. Natsume brought with him that night. Well, the brains at the yard analyzed it, and yes, you're right. It was tea. Actually, I'm Naruhodo. And there wasn't a trace of strychnine or any other toxic substance in it. This shouldn't surprise us at this point.
No poison at all?
In other words, the tea that the defendant brought with him to the victim's room is innocent. It's in the clear. Alright, cool.
His wig got snatched.
What a revelation!
So we're done here.
Case closed.
Like that's the prosecution's entire case was just that shit was poisoned. It must have been. I like how the scales reset. As I suspected. This makes it quite clear. The defendant, Mr. Soseki Natsume, is I'm talking, bro.
My learned friend is jumping to conclusions again. A typical Nipponese reaction.
Wow.
Yeah, the highlight video is gonna have a racism counter in the top right.
Oh boy.
What?
Yes, it's true. No poison was found in the few drops of liquid recovered from the soap on the window ledge.
Oh, I see where he's going with this.
But what logic is that? Would you take a drop from the Thames and conclude that the water in the ocean isn't salty?
Every time I see the Thames here, I'm trying to remember how to actually say it in case I have to say it, and I get it wrong in my head every time. I'm fucking calling it the Thames when it shows up. It's fine. My character's Japanese.
Right, he wouldn't know.
Oh. Hello. Wait for it.
There she is.
Hey.
Hi!
How's it going?
It's going good. How about you?
This is fucking great, everyone. We got the people for the job. One sister's in Japan. The other one's basically in London. Yeah, fuck it, whatever, right?
Yeah.
Whatever. Close enough.
Close enough.
And we got the case with the racist prosecutor towards the Japanese, trying to convict the Japanese guy of killing
A white woman. No, a white man.
a white man. This guy who's still alive.
That's William Shakespeare.
No, it's
Read it
not.
again.
Would you read his name properly?
William Shamspeare.
He got me.
Yeah. We'll fill you in at the important junctures.
Great, yeah. Just let me know.
Because so this is all right. So we already this is the sequel to a game we had played about a month ago,
Okay.
and it's clearly a duology. Let me turn it down a little bit and adjust your guys' volume. And the first game had 5 cases, and it was mostly about getting our main character, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, the Phoenix Wright's
That's right.
Phoenix Wright's ancestor to London, and then like the nonsense that occurs, right? So there were 5 chapters, 5 episodes of that game. The 4th episode of it is tying into this the episode that we're on right now of this game. So this is actually the second episode of the second game.
Okay.
So keep it simple. The first game you would refer to the cases as 1-1, 1-2, 1-3, 1-4, 1-5. So we're on 2-2 right now, and it's tying into that. Also, Maddie, do you know who? Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Do you know who Soseki Natsume is? Don't read it.
You know?
You can't cheat. Don't cheat.
I didn't get this.
Okay, I saw the first word was Japanese scholar, and either I don't know who this is, or there was one Yomimono reading practice in the Japanese textbook about this guy and one other guy. But
yeah. So
I don't actually know. Maybe.
Yeah. Apparently, in some form of schooling, maybe it's middle school or something. This guy's works are often taught to children or whatever. But he lived in London for a time and he was miserable during it. So they had to make sure to get this guy in here and make sure that he was accused of murder.
Oh
so
my God.
In 1-4, he is accused of stabbing this woman here in the middle of the street. But it turns out it was actually effectively a freak accident where this guy and his wife were having an argument over something silly. And the wife actually threw a knife at the guy, and it hit the top of their window, and it fell out onto the street, stabbing this woman.
Oh my God.
And that's how 1-4 concludes. And it's probably the worst case in the series.
Did she die or was just
No.
stabbed?
She was stabbed, and she lived. She was in a coma. So now, this case here is a flashback talking about the events that took place a couple of days after that case.
Okay.
In which Soseki is once again accused of murdering this guy. However, as an homage to Romeo and Juliet, this guy is supposedly poisoned, but then while you're investigating the crime scene, he gets back up, as Juliet does, right?
Yeah.
Sure.
So that's the premise here. But the
Class.
cool thing is that it is now seeming that this incident where this woman got stabbed in the back via a knife falling on her was not true. Seemingly, she was intentionally attacked. And that's the main thing we're trying to uncover here.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, so pretty much the only real thing you need to know is Soseki was accused of poisoning this guy because they lived in the same apartment. Hold on.
Are we trying to clear our boy Natsume, or
Yeah,
we're
yeah. We're a defense lawyer. So yeah, this guy lives on the second floor. This guy lives on the first floor, and this guy lives on the third floor and owns the residence, right? So these two hung out one night, and then afterwards, this guy was found poisoned. However, this guy's super fishy because we're now also finding out that there might be hidden gold inside the apartment that a serial killer left there.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. And I think that's the gist of it.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just woke up, you guys. I'm so sorry if my voice is
No, you sound fine. Nah, you sound fine.
My word! The water in the ocean is extremely salty. Counsel,
I thought he was gonna be wait, it's salty.
Wow.
exactly! Unfit for drinking, just as the victim's tea was on the night in question. The court has already heard. Bitter was the precise word from the lips of Mr. William Shamspeare. Whom
Oh,
the
no.
prosecution now calls back to the stand.
Oh boy.
Very well. I will uphold the prosecution's request.
Hello.
Hello.
Shem.
Hey.
Mr. Shamspeare.
Could do some
Yes.
voice. I'll do a little bit of voice for a bit. Just give me a dude.
I'll give you a dude right now.
A
I'll throw you in the fucking deep end if you want me to.
Apple did the same thing to me today. I fear no death.
All right, fine. Yes, it sounds like we're going to have another confrontation with our theatrical friend.
Bailiff, show Mr. Shamspeare to the stand.
Maddie, you're a theatrical friend.
Yeah, you guys want to fight over who voices this dude?
Oh god.
Matt, if you want
Maddie.
Zeke's though,
What? Do you guys,
this guy?
I'll do
This
anything.
fucking, like Dracula?
you want to
looking
be
dude?
Dracula.
Mr. William Shakespeare.
Shamspeare.
Shamspeare, the victim of this despicable crime.
Is
Maddie, you
this
want
me now?
Go girl, go girl.
Oh, heaven. Oh, hello. Do you command me to remember? Forsooth, 'twas I, Shamspeare, did have a bellyful of the foul fluid given in my innocence.
Yes. But as was revealed in yesterday's proceedings, the witness is not as innocent as we had perhaps first been led to believe.
Okay, yeah. So, our boy Shamspeare here was oh no, I can examine it again. Oh fuck no. Oh fuck me. Okay, he was molding coins out of soap, right? He was putting water in here, putting on his ledge outside to make ice coins, so that he could put it in his gas meter, and then the water, then once the room heated up, it would melt and come out of the bottom, so that there was no traces of the crime.
Genius.
It's pretty smart.
By using bars of soap such as this, he has been stealing gas from the supply company, yes.
One may smile and be a villain. Forsooth, 'twas I, Shamspeare, did have a room full of the sweet fuel given.
Wait, this dude's name is Shamspeare? That's right, fellow jurors. Don't forget, this man is a rotten thief.
I haven't forgotten. Keep all that about the ice coins a tidy secret, didn't you? You should have owned up sooner. Oh!
Arrest him, I say. Arrest him at once. And let him feel the sting in my tail.
Right, so here's the thing that you need to know about these games, right? You want to talk about Kangaroo Court? This woman is a juror, yeah? Hold on, I keep
Randomly selected.
randomly selected. She's the wife of the person who owns the fucking gas company.
Oh my god, the one he's stealing from?
Yes!
They put this man in the
The
dirt!
key witness in the case is an employee of the gas company.
That is a
Okay.
conflict of
God.
interest.
Right, so then in 1-4, this guy's wife was on the jury also.
Oh my god.
Like,
He stabbed the woman.
yeah, so it was like a juror gets pulled off the juror stand and is then arrested for accidentally stabbing this woman, even though that didn't actually happen. And then here's Mr. A Drone B, meter man, who collects the gas. They just have B motifs. I don't know.
Indeed, by dint of vile and cowardly means have I plotted to further mine own needs, I confess. Thou wouldst not pardon my sins, of that I am sure.
If you acknowledge your wrongdoing, what exactly are you doing here?
You have a sword?
It's the soul of his best friend.
That's the soul of his best friend who died on the way to London.
My god. The most deadlock shit I've ever heard. Sorry.
Cowards die many times before their deaths.
I wish Cosmo was always on the people list.
He's so hot.
Oh yeah, we also got Herlock Sholmes.
Oh my god.
He's Giga Himbo. And
to avoid copyright, his assistant is Wilson, not Watson.
yeah. Right, and then the grand conspiracy of this game is in 1-1, the first case of the first game, Wilson dies, and then you meet his daughter here over in England who's living with Sholmes.
Aww.
Yeah, Iris is great.
For a coward such as I, death be well deserved, but would it that a still greater crime passeth unpunished? Passeth
Unpunished.
For lo, the hairy-faced gentleman of farther east than Verona did contrive to poison me.
Objection!
But there was no poison in the tea found in your room. The police have attested to that.
What the defense would assert as an inconsistency will quickly be cleared up by the witness's testimony. Is that not so, Mr. Shamspeare? What?
Verily, my liege, I would most gladly speak.
My gritty.
Very well. Let the witness testify to explain this inconsistency. Tell the court why it is that poison apparently entered your body, though none was found in the tea.
Spill the tea, sis.
Spill the tea.
I mean that literally.
The tea inconsistency.
The Japanese man did come to my chamber with tea brewed in a pot. 'Twas in my cup alone that the wicked miscreant secretly poured his wicked poison. Whilst feigning distraction in our debate, ne'er did a drop of his own drink pass his lips. When he departed by and by, I did use the tea that remained in his cup to make my coins of ice. Thus 'tis no surprise that poison be not found in the tea I did pour into the molds of soap.
Molds.
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 The molds.
The poison was slipped into the cup after the tea had been poured. The normal way for poison to be administered, in my experience. I'm gonna
Quite.
What do you
drink real quick.
Yeah, you're good.
Otherwise, it would be disastrous if the poisoner were to mix up the cups. For instance,
But no poison bottle was found at the scene.
because, quite simply, the Nipponese took the bottle back to his own room.
Nymphonese.
The absence of a vessel containing the poison only becomes problematic when considering suicide.
I knew that.
By now, it should be perfectly clear. A bar or two of cheap soap is wholly insufficient to wash the deep stains of guilt from the accused's hands.
Sirs, madams, 'tis true that I, Shamspeare, be a common thief of gas. But, listen here, ladies and gentlemen.
This is pretty impressive. Like, imagine the grip strength.
Wherefore would I lie? Verily, I have no cause. I have naught to lose.
Well,
I do declare.
He's already trying to finish her sentences. She was saying that last time.
Thank you for your testimony, witness. Counsel, proceed with the cross-examination.
Yes, my lord. So while it doesn't matter, there is an important thing to an unimportant thing that is very important to know, that Natsume and Shamspeare here wanted to find out who was the stronger, as the text kept saying.
Yeah.
Romeo or Juliet. So they dressed up as Romeo and Juliet and wrestled.
Wow.
And despite this guy being fucking 6'7", Natsume won.
Damn.
Dressed up as Juliet.
Dressed up as Juliet.
Damn, gets smashed.
Damn.
All right. Japanese man did come to my chamber with tea brewed in a pot.
Hold it!
Hold it.
I understand that you were already acquainted with Mr. Natsume. Is that correct?
I know thee not, old man. Fall to thy prayers. Do I know thee, or know thee not? Methinks 'tis all I can know, that thy destiny mingles with mine.
You lost me at the first "the." Zounds!
Zounds!
Zounds.
Zounds, sir. Thou must learn thy English tongue, afore thou turns my hand to lawyering.
Sounds.
I did, but I must have missed the archaic Elizabethan lecture.
Verily, and in truth, 'twas a fine-flavoured brew. Though a drop of poison did barb its sweetness, as the thorn doth barb thy sweet rose. That, dear friends, be the simple truth.
Listen to Mr. Shamspeare. He seems in even better form than he was yesterday.
Either that,
Either-
or I'm in worse form.
That fated evening did I dine.
After I did dine.
Sorry, I can't read. At Grubb's Grubbery, a local alehouse of good report.
Mm-hmm.
Not did pass my lips, but the tainted black tea. But behold, the poison was not in the tea at first.
'Twas in my cup alone that the wicked miscreant secretly poured his wicked poison.
Hold it!
Are you saying that you saw the moment when the poison was added to your tea?
To have witnessed the act and then drank the tea? Thou dost describe the actions of a fool.
Oh, quite so.
He's crazy.
No one likes going thirsty, do they? Sooner would I die quenched than parched, would I have the choice.
Yeah, actually, on the night in question, the water main was frozen, I believe, wasn't it?
Were it not for the tea, in sooth I would sooner have died frozen than quenched or parched.
Right. No ice coins means no heating.
The witness had more than one brush with death on the night in question, you can see. Remind the court, Mr. Shamspeare, as to whether the accused drank any of the tea which he brought with him.
With the greatest of pleasure, my liege.
Whilst feigning distraction in our debate, while wrestling, near did a drop of his own drink pass his lips.
Hold it!
Okay. But the teacup Mr. Natsume drank from was found completely empty at the scene. And let's not forget the defendant's maxim. Drink tea while it's hot!
I did gulp from the poisoned cup that night, and in mine agony did I writhe uncontrolled. In fits of pain I did knock the fellow's cup, and its contents spilt as blood from a gaping wound, methinks.
Methinks.
Thou certainly 'twas after I had made the coins of ice from his tea.
And up upset cup was found on the table that the victim was slumped over. There is no contradiction here.
It's true. There was no tea left in either cup when we found at the scene. But still, something about this statement is troubling me.
Yes, of course. I know what it
Okay.
is. It's tough because like it's first person. It's Mr. Natsume's wise "drink tea while it's hot" maxim, isn't it?
No, I'm not sure that's it.
Thank you, witness. Now, reiterate for the court what it is that occupied you after your guest had left and before you drank your tea.
When he departed by and by, I did use the tea that remained in his cup to make my coins of ice.
Hold it!
Yeah, so that you could cheat the gas company, in fact. Isn't that right?
To cheat or to die. 'Tis life's only choice.
Yes.
Faith, to cheat would be the wise choice, and mine occupation be not an ugly one. Prithee, dost thou not see beauty in the simplicity of the ruse?
It's clever.
No, I don't. And be very sure, sir. Once this trial is over, Aldemont Gast will take you to task over this legal task.
I shall not run. I shall not hide. Sooth to say, I have nowhere to run nor hide. But, my lady, what wouldst thou with this pitiful player?
Oh, I'll tell you what I'd like to do with you. Starting with the shoddy shirt on your back.
'Tis time for a Shakespeare dance. Shamspeare dance.
Shamspeare.
The sham.
He danced.
Shame.
What a harsh world we live in.
Cleaning of the gas was addressed in yesterday's proceedings. Prosecution calls on the defense not to muddy the waters with irrelevancy.
Wow.
Consider that a warning, counsel.
Is he sleeping?
Just doing my fucking job. Yes, my lord. Why am I the one in trouble here?
Mr. Shamspeare, after the accused returned to his own lodgings, you used his tea to make your coins. Is that correct?
To cheat or to die. I did make my choice many moons ago.
Thus, 'tis no surprise that poison be not found in the tea I did pour into the molds of soap.
Hold it!
If, having first made your special coins, it was after 2 in the morning when you collapsed, that would mean you can't have drunk any tea yourself until around that time.
Ensnared by literary debate, not else be found in the furrows of the mind.
The debate about Romeo and Juliet, you mean? And who was the stronger of the two? That's the first time it's always just been the stronger, but never in like proper context. And who was the stronger of the two?
Or was stronger.
Oriwa the stronger.
Strong.
Wagahai
Rightly
was
did
the
I
stronger.
The stronger. Rightly did I pay no heed to the tea as I wrestled with the abominable fellow.
I don't remember debates like that when I was studying.
Are you suggesting that neither of you actually drank the tea whilst it was hot that evening?
My lord, wouldst thou be privy to some Shamspearean wisdom? Husband, wife, and tea ought a tepid be.
Ah, yes. So very true. Everyone has different preferences when it comes to tea.
I think you might have interpreted that wrongly.
Mhm.
Ah, yes, my tea preference. None. So it's been proven that there was no poison in Soseki-san's tea. That should be hugely in our favor. But the atmosphere in this courtroom today...
It feels as though everybody is against us, Mr. Naruhodo.
It must be the Reaper's poison.
I'm afraid that if we don't find a significant flaw in this testimony somewhere, the jury will pounce and find Mr. Natsume guilty.
Really feels like we've jumped into the fire here. Alright. Alright, the Japanese man did come to my chamber with tea brewed in a pot. It was in my cup alone that the wicked miscreant secretly poured his wicked poison. Whilst feigning distraction in our debate, Nara did a drop of his own drink past his lips. When he departed by and by, I did use that tea that remained in his cup to make my coins of ice. Okay, I think it's this one. And I think the implication here is, if there was anything remaining, there would be a ring.
Yes.
So I think this is it.
This suggests he drank his tea.
His tea was completely drank. Yeah.
Fair enough.
Objection.
Yep. You claim that Mr. Natsume didn't drink a drop of tea on the night in question. And that you used the tea that was left in his cup to make your fake coins. But that's not possible.
How? Top logic? What is this, ye clad fiend?
He clad.
Ye clad?
Darky clad fiend. The two teacups from the scene, one used by the victim and the other by the defendant, have a clear difference between them. One that represents incontrovertible proof.
Incontrovertible? What difference?
Look at the inside of the cups. Just here, there's a clearly visible ring.
Yes. A tea ring. Commonplace enough.
Indeed. Such stains occur all too readily when one leaves tea in the cup for a while.
I hope you don't keep the leaves in there. And yet Mr. Natsume's cup has no such ring.
Good lord! You're right. It's
Naruhodo?
completely clean.
Prithee, sir, what makest thou of it?
Exactly what Mr. Natsume told the court yesterday. The Japanese saying he quoted,
Drink!
"Tea."
What is hot?
That's right. Yes. The jittery Mr. Natsume was true to his usual self that night and drank his tea in no time. If, as you claim in your testimony, he didn't touch a drop of his tea, a ring would have developed on the inside of his cup as well. After the several hours the tea was left standing.
But,
In short, Mr. Shamspeare, you clearly lied to the court.
He's a sham.
yet the to a nunnery.
Objection.
He's drinking it. Yes. Finally. Fucking Christ.
As a rule, I fill my hallowed chalice up to 7 times during any one trial.
What?
Is that true?
That's true.
I'm gonna have to fucking count this
We gotta
now when I
check the
rewatch
books
this.
now,
I,
damn.
like,
He threw one at the lamp. I saw that shit.
He's thrown a lot at the lamp. That lamp's really strong. You might want to keep that information to yourself.
Yet, on occasion, tedium distracts me and I pour more times than I intended until the bottle is dry.
I'm drunk.
I'm fucking wasted.
Your drinking habits are fascinating, but irrelevant.
On the contrary, they illustrate the fickleness of human memory. To William Shamspeare.
Your Honor, he simply got it wrong.
Yes, my liege.
Nothing he says should be believed, Your Honor. I'll just talk for him.
Though you previously stated that you made the coins of ice from the leftover tea in the accused's cup. Could it be that you were perhaps mistaken?
Uh,
Could it be that, yes, perhaps there was some tea remaining in the small teapot left at the scene?
Teapot at the scene? What do you know?
Oh, he smashed it.
A fact that had vanished from your memory until now.
Faith, my liege, thou art a magician. For verily, 'tis as though thou hast seen with thine own eyes that night.
What?
Forsooth, I was mistook.
What is sooth?
Horse.
Oh,
Forsooth.
as in four?
One word.
Who sooths?
Forsooth,
You ever soothe?
I did plan to use tea from the Japanese fellow's cup, but lo, when I looked, 'twas empty.
Like, is it actually soothe? But I just look at it and go, he's saying sooth.
It's not soothe, but it's forsooth.
Sooth.
It's Shakespearean something or another.
Right, so it's not
Weird,
real.
like, verb. It's just a weird ass verb. Yeah, it's not real.
Just like all words.
And
Just
thus
like all.
did I use the dregs that festered in the teapot, as my liege did suggest.
Objection.
Sooth is another word for truth. Thank you, chat.
Oh,
Great having an army of fact checkers.
fact checkers in the
Forsooth.
chat. Let's go.
And you've just suddenly remembered now that you made a mistake before? Are we supposed to believe that?
Objection.
Yes.
People's memories are imperfect, my learned friend, which is why we rely on evidence instead.
Matt, turn up your volume just a bit. Just a little bit
Yes.
louder.
I got you.
Thank you.
Hold on, let me turn it up in the thing. Output volume. We're hitting the 153.
Oh dear.
Check 1, 2.
Yeah, that sounds good.
But in any case, it makes no difference. Victim's most recent testimony tells us two things of note. Firstly, that the poison was put into the victim's teacup only. And secondly, that this spoiled cup was not the source of the insipid ice coins that have bewitched this court.
The prosecution makes a fine summary of the facts.
Furthermore, that testimony remains valid and in full support of the established facts. In other words,
Oh yeah, here we go. Shirts off, baby. It's like a Yakuza boss fight.
the inconsistency claimed by the defense simply does not exist.
Should have told you to turn it off.
Oops.
Turn it down just a little bit.
Alright,
I'll meet you halfway on my end.
here we go. Gonna get a little...
I'll boost you as needed. That just blows it out a little bit too much.
Got you. It had to rip the coat off.
Yeah, it's getting passionate.
The yell.
No!
What does this mean then?
This is mean.
I do declare, it means there's no issue with the gas thief's testimony.
Apart from the bit about the thieving gas, obviously.
My lords, ladies, and gentlemen of the jury, I do solemnly swear. After I did dine at Grubb's Grubbery Alehouse that night, naught did pass my lips but the black tea given me by the Japanese, whose back be stooped as low as death.
And on what did you dine, sir?
Why, I did partake of my favourites, a broth as wouldst be called soup, and a leaf as wouldst be called salad.
Or soup.
For soup.
An
Insalubrious.
Wow.
menu as the establishment where it was served.
No, I should really rename this entire stream series to, like, how learning new vocabulary with Ace Attorney.
Insalubrious.
No, they come up with a new word they come up with 5 new words every stream. We do, like, it's...
I'm about to read this shit. What is that word?
It's enrichment.
But you gods will give us some faults to make us men. Willingly would I suffer what punishment 'tis seen fit to serve a wicked thief of gas, but I pray ye wise and noble fellows, ne'er forget the simple truth. That be one thing, and this be another. Jurors all, your humble servant Shamspeare doth entreat you. Punish the Japanese fellow for his sins.
My lord.
Is this a bailiff? My lord! Okay, it's this guy.
I may speak, my lord.
Yes, Mr. Foreman.
I believe we may have been duped by that rotten defense lawyer.
By me?
I do declare you may be right.
We all know the waif there was making coins of ice to keep himself warm.
And that he's Japanese. And as I've already said, I hate the Japanese. But this lawyer lad says if he's stealing gas, he deserves a dose of poison, eh? He's been leading us up the garden path. That's what he's been doing. I never really said anything like that.
But what we just heard from the victim there has opened our eyes again. We've reached a decision this time, and we won't be swayed from it.
That's what you think.
The court acknowledges the position of the jury foreman, and will duly hear the jury's findings.
What? No! You can't yet!
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will state your decisions now.
Guilty!
Guilty.
Guilty!
Guilty.
Guilty! Guilty!
Holy shit. I wish Corp was like this for
It's
real.
pretty awesome, right?
Oh my god.
I hereby declare the jury to be in one accord. I don't know how they all fit in it. It's only a 4-year.
PJ.
I mean, we've all shoved people. We've all shoved enough people in a car like that before. I'm really hoping his shirt gets ripped off in the final case. How is this happening? My lord, the defense asserts its right to carry out the worst mechanic in this game, the summation examination. Yeah, fuck. Alright, fine.
Very well. The court upholds the defense's right.
difficult. My learned friend is unable to accept the obvious truth.
This trial will therefore enter its second summation examination immediately. Jurors, the court calls upon each of you. State the grounds upon which you find the defendant guilty of the crime of which he is charged.
Judicial findings. The jurors' contentions. I'm a man of logic, me, and having considered all the evidence, the defendant must logically be guilty.
I do agree that gas is far too expensive. I can quite understand why the man would want to avoid paying.
Stuff explodes, and it can poison you. It's absolutely lethal gases.
Gas doesn't come for free. It costs a fortune to deliver it around the city and maintain the pipes.
Truth be told, the tea my wife serves up for me is a little sketchy at times. Okay, thanks.
If nothing else passed the victim's lips that night, there's no other explanation, is there? I do feel that perhaps personal opinion about gas and its supply has influenced decisions somewhat. But never mind.
Yeah, but whatever. We clowning this shit. No, you really should mind.
The truth is, our counter-argument wasn't as unsaleable as we'd hoped. And Mr. Shamspeare was poisoned. There can be no doubt of that.
But how are we supposed to turn this around?
I think we need to establish the method by which Mr. Shamspeare was actually poisoned.
So, we knew there was poison on the scene, but he could have still been faking it, I guess.
Yeah,
we're still under that
been
pretense.
Like a gas leak thing.
So that's a part of this for sure, but not. So well, this guy right here on the right, he lived in Soseki's room before Soseki moved in, and he died of a gas leak.
So I'm going to assume they are pretty confident he was poisoned because they know what poison it is. They are like, it's strychnine. And if there wasn't any on the scene, they must have gotten this from his body.
Right.
Obviously, this is the 1800s, and that's kind of whack, but
yeah,
they know he got poisoned with strychnine.
Yeah, but it's like no one ever got there to like actually examine it. I'm trying to remember how they found out it was strychnine.
Like, and I suppose it's just the idea of like, it's
we
not
have
like
it right
he
here.
He couldn't have been faking his like heart being stopped.
Yeah.
Is that Jotaro Kujo?
Cause of coma: ingestion of small quantity of strychnine. Toxic effects present 30 minutes after ingestion. High likelihood of the substance having been mixed with the tea of the victim. Okay, so no, he was poisoned. Okay.
Yeah, it's just.
This must be true.
Yeah, it's like he didn't stop his own heart by acting. Like,
yeah,
he was poisoned.
He's a Stan user. We need to establish the method by which Mr. Shamspeare was actually poisoned.
Our only hope is to demonstrate that to the court incontrovertibly.
I love that word. But that's surely almost impossible at this stage.
If we don't manage it, though, Mr. Natsume will
be found guilty.
Notice, counsel, proceed with the summation examination.
And on his blade, dude, he's ready.
Imagine just looking like that all the time in the back left. That's your default. It's your default look. All right, I'm a man of logic. Me. No, I usually just reread the green stuff on my own.
The green stuff. Got it.
The green stuff. Having considered all the evidence, the defendant must lodge. Okay, why? But now you can read since we're present. All the evidence, you say.
That's right.
Oh, this hasn't shown up yet.
I'll pointing at that Japanese man with the big mustache.
Who got a big mustache?
Big
bro?
mustache, you say?
Dude, I went like a little like redneck there for a second.
That's fine.
He's effectively Texan.
Yeah.
Oh no, we've been given the Texan accents to some guys.
I want to give him like a scrappy like London voice.
Then do it. Whatever comes naturally is the correct voice.
No, yeah, for sure, for sure.
Okay, that's right. There's no room for doubt. It's all pointing at that Japanese man with the big mustache. It says the English man with the bigger mustache.
Which means we need to show the man some new evidence to make him change his mind.
If only we had that kind of evidence.
Don't worry. This summation examination has barely started, really. Perhaps there'll be a shift in the situation that shows an existing piece of evidence in a new light.
Let's hope so. To start with, though, I need to find some way out of this deadlock. I do agree that the gas is far too expensive. I can quite understand why the man would want to avoid paying. This isn't the time or place to be discussing the price of gas, madam.
But really, think of the injustice. Air is a gas, and air is free. Why should Altamont gas cost money?
Yeah.
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 It makes my blood boil. I can feel myself becoming more ruthless than ever.
Juror number 3 is like, oh, God, yes. This isn't the time or place to be ruthless either.
If I might interject here,
Yes, madam?
it seems my fellow juror takes issue with the price our company charges for gas. But it's precisely because of thieves like this man that the cost goes up. Oh, what a beastly man!
Oh no. The working class person has been tricked into hating the other working class
Uncut
person.
mustache, those hunched shoulders, poisoning tea
Oh
and
my God.
stealing gas. Utterly unforgivable.
No, Mr. Natsume isn't the one who's been stealing gas. I'll thank you not to go adding on more crimes.
Mr. Natsume hasn't been poisoning tea either.
Yeah, well, fuck you.
Anyway, I've made up my mind. It's made up as the price of gas.
This is made up as the price of gas. The stuff explodes and it can poison you. It's absolutely lethal gases. We gotta just pit everyone against juror number 4. Could we please talk about the poison rather than the gas, do you think, sir?
Well, if you like. I mean, to be honest, I'd take poison over gas every time.
What? You take poison?
Take
Huh?
the poison. What I mean is, poison can only poison you. It doesn't explode, does it?
Goodness me. What are you talking about? Set him straight, please, lawyer man.
Well,
What's going on?
it's certainly true that poison isn't prone to exploding. But I think you'll find poison also can't light or heat up a room.
Ah!
Shock.
But you're right! I hadn't
Naruhodo,
considered
actually.
that at all.
Young lawyer man.
Yes?
You have a good head on your shoulders. We could use someone like you as our company's legal representative.
More conflicts of interest. Now we're talking. Well, I wasn't expecting to pick up more business in the middle of a trial, that's for sure.
Anyway, the point is,
I'm racist.
I haven't had the best experience with gas companies in the past.
Okay. Gas doesn't come for free. It costs a fortune to deliver it around the city and maintain the pipes. Can we please refrain from all this talk of gas?
Yes. There's an all-out attack underway here, in case you hadn't noticed, against my company's gas.
Yo, gamers, that's a Persona reference.
Attack. Holy shit.
Woo!
And I'm supposed to sit here and take it, am I? I don't think so.
It's really buzzing now. Her name's Queen Bee, by the way. Queen Bee.
All I've heard about our wonderful fuel is explosions and poisonings. What about electricity, What about getting electrocuted? What about that? A little explosion here and there is nothing in comparison.
Any explosion could hardly be described as nothing, madam. Nevertheless, the theft of your gas is deplorable.
My point exactly. But the gas thieves aren't even the worst of our enemies. We have far more devious reprobates to contend with on a daily basis, you know.
More devious. Who, madam?
Other gas companies, of course.
Other gas companies. Not quite what I was expecting.
We generate gas, and we deliver it to our customers fair and square.
Indeed. Nobody is questioning that, madam. Altamont is an exemplary gas company.
But there are other unscrupulous gas companies here in London that don't even have any gas at all.
What? But if they don't have any gas, how do they go about selling it to people?
You wouldn't think it possible, would you? But they steal our gas, you see, and sell that.
They steal your gas? How on earth is such a thing possible?
I'm sorry, I keep every time they're like referring to her gas, I think of the thing from Nun Piece. Whoa! I'd suck a fart out of her ass. I don't think I would.
Don't think I will.
No, I don't think I would.
Gas companies like ours deliver gas to people's homes via a network of pipes.
And you wouldn't with
that's
her.
Why she's a bee.
No, and you wouldn't with her because she would sting you. It would be difficult.
Oh my god.
Welcome back to the streams, girls.
But these devious reprobates secretly disconnect our pipes and divert our gas into their own rotten pipes.
Is that why there's gonna be a gas leak in Soseki's room? Someone was stealing gas or something?
Then they make a contract with the households supplied by those pipes and take money for the precious gas that's rightfully ours without us even knowing. They're diverting gas into their own pipes illegally? What a brazen form of theft! When we visit customers' houses to collect the money from their meters, we always have to check whether or not one of these devious companies has been up to its tricks.
Oh, that's weird. Hey,
You good?
I think he's got something
that's
to
all
say.
I know, I swear.
That or he's just like, wow, I'm sitting between two incredibly attractive women. I just realized.
Excuse me.
What's up with you, buddy? Do you have something to say about that, juror number 3?
Oh, golly! You mean me? I'm terribly sorry. I was just thinking to myself.
I really did catch him off guard there. thinking about what the lady next to you was saying, correct?
Well, yes. I just got a little riled about it recently, you see.
Go on.
An Altamont gas worker visited my house the other day to investigate the pipe work. We need to ask for your cooperation while we carry out a secret check of your property, sir, the fellow said. So I let him in. And do you know what he did?
I'm afraid I have no idea. Please tell us.
He proceeded to take one of my lights off the wall. Then he grabbed the expensive mouth of the pipe.
Exposed.
And started blowing. Oh, then he.
I'm sure it was expensive.
It was probably expensive.
Then he grabbed the exposed mouth of the pipe and started blowing into it.
Okay.
What do you think you're doing, young man? You're giving away company secrets there.
Oh my god, the gas is human breath.
Oh, please. Everybody knows. But it was very nearly the death of me. I can tell you.
What do you mean?
I'll explain if you don't mind. As I said before, these unscrupulous other gas companies connect their customers to our pipe network.
Yes, but how does blowing into the pipes come into it?
Obviously, there's gas in the pipes, and it's at a fairly low pressure. By blowing air through the pipe, you can make the pressure drop temporarily. And
Okay.
if you do that, any lights connected to the same pipe will flicker for a moment.
Just thinking about how, you know, like
The lights flickering.
yeah.
Oh.
I'm thinking about how, you know, there's like the early episode of It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia where they like try and like steal and sell gas.
Mm-hmm.
And they do it by like sucking it out of a tube and then like just
So they blow it into something else?
and just like spitting it into a trash can.
Oh.
They're just thinking about the idea of like stealing gas. Like you inhale it and then
Yeah,
you like
get in your
exhale
lungs.
it.
Ugh. Ugh. But okay, this note here is interesting because Mr. Garadab, the guy who owns the house, noted that he could tell when people were home by the lights flickering. Because he was saying, well, it just means they turned the gas on and it had to, like, you know, the pressure would change. And maybe that's still the case, but maybe this is something to do with, this will be evidence towards someone was sucking on them pipes.
I see. In other words, if, upon blowing into a pipe, the lights of an adjacent property that has no contract with your company flicker, you can know that these devious scoundrels have been meddling with the pipes.
Okay.
Exactly, my lord. That's it in a nutshell. It's the reason why we have teams of our workers going around neighborhoods to investigate which lights flicker.
Wait, are we about to find out Garadeb's house is on stolen gas and not actually Altamont's?
The trouble is, the particular worker who came to my house didn't know the strength of his own breath.
It was a demon slayer.
Yeah. He blew down the pipe with all his might. And you can guess what happened, can't you?
Pipe burst. Well, if he blew hard, then... Wait, you mean...
That's right. The lights didn't just flicker. They went out. Along with the stove. Gas started pouring into the house.
What a disaster.
Okay, so this is how he's trying to kill Saseki.
Yeah.
Shamspeare's blowing into the pipes, puts out his
Puts
stove.
out all the lights.
All the lights.
In the house. Garadeb doesn't
Yeah.
have this issue because he doesn't
Yeah.
even have... Garadeb doesn't have pipe heating. He has the fireplace
Right.
upstairs,
right.
so this isn't an issue for him.
And the gas leaks into Saseki's room.
Yep. Trying to kill him so he can get the One Piece.
Yep.
Okay.
The gas supply must have been interrupted briefly, because the man blew too hard, so the flames went out.
I'm afraid I yelled at the fellow. Are you trying to kill us all? I said.
So by disconnecting a lamp and blowing into the exposed gas pipe, it's possible to extinguish lamps and stoves connected to the same network of pipes. Right. So this explains why he was getting fucked up against the wall. He was fucking giving head to the pipe.
He was giving head to the
yo.
pipe.
He was giving head to the
Bro,
pipe.
go.
Oh my god!
Wow. Oh
All
my
right,
god.
let's go Shamspeare. Best head in all of Ace Attorney.
Also, hi y'all.
Oh, hey, Brad.
Hey!
I was so surprised to see you two in the call. I was like, "Whoa, what's going on?"
Hey!
Yeah, we have it. But actually, I have to hop off now.
It's okay.
Oh, thank you for having me, you guys.
Of course, anytime.
Good luck.
I have to go
Godspeed.
too, actually.
It's all right. It's all right.
Damn, Brad.
Do what you must.
Congrats.
Oh, Brad's here.
He's getting an
Oh my
earful.
god, bro!
It's brutal.
You guys
out here.
literally let leave within 10 minutes of me showing up.
To go to a hair appointment.
They have to go steal gas, Brad.
You have
Which
to go
one
so
of you
loud.
is-
That
Give
shit ain't
amazing
free.
gas.
Which one of you lives in the United States now?
It's me.
Okay.
Is it really living?
No.
I mean,
Or like
Have you seen the gas prices?
I'm employed by the United States to steal gas.
the gas prices are crazy. I get it. I get it.
Feel free.
Bye, I guess.
All right, see
Okay,
you girls.
bye, guys.
Yeah, fucking
Bye, guys.
see ya.
I'm just
Bye,
kidding.
guys.
Just go!
Just gonna talk to you. Bye.
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 All right, now that they're gone.
We don't know how to leave the call.
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
I don't know how to leave.
I'm gonna try
Alright,
again.
you see
I'm
the
trying
phone that
They
says
tried to close
disconnect?
Discord and
Yeah,
said, "Yeah, that
okay.
gets right."
again. Okay, Grandma's got it. Okay, bye.
It's the phone. Okay, yep.
Someone doesn't have it. I'm just gonna close.
It's not gonna work.
No, it's not gonna work.
You didn't
Maddie.
close the
Okay.
laptop. Like...
All right, great. Perfect. Anyway, let's get to throating them pipes, boys.
Thank God.
It's possible to extinguish lamps and stoves connected to the same network of pipes. And then when the gas starts flowing again, it just silently seeps into the room. Mr. Naruhodo, I think perhaps... Yes, this is almost certainly the clue that we've been hoping for. Juror number 3. The defense requests that you amend your statement to include that information.
Oh, well, if you like, I don't mind.
Well, I do. That's our company's secret method of identifying the...
Like I said, madam, it's widely known already. Very well. Juror number 3, you will amend your statement accordingly. Yes, my lord. Although, I'm not really sure what the point of all this is.
That's life, dude. Blow too hard into a gas pipe and you extinguish everything in the house. Then you're in real trouble. Don't need to... We don't even need to do these, but fuck it. Truth be told, the tea that my wife makes for me sometimes is, what was it actually? A little sketchy at times. You mean it's poisoned? That's right. It's happened a tidy few times now.
This is most troubling indeed.
It's always days like this one when I don't get any wages. I get in at tea time, see? And see her doing it. My wife. She gets that devilish look on her face, and she slips some white powder into my cup. And you drink it anyway? I was brought up proper, I was. If someone gives you a cuppa, you drink it. And what happened to you? What did it taste like? It was god-awful, believe you me. Salty as hell! Then I think perhaps what your wife put in your tea was salt. No! So, she doesn't even care enough to poison me properly, eh? Unbelievable.
Let's move on now, please.
If nothing else passed the victim's lips that night, there's no other explanation, is there?
Hold it!
Does that mean if the victim could be shown to have ingested something else, you'd change your leaning?
Huh? Sorry. What's that now?
Old man voice.
Oh, I was just saying, if the victim did actually eat or drink something else on the night...
What's the matter with you?
Sorry?
I said, if nothing else passed the victim's lip that night, there's no other explanation, is there? Haven't you been listening to me at all?
I
I'm a
feel there's
doctor,
an English
goddammit!
expression about a pot and a kettle that's appropriate here. Compared to the other jurors, who don't even appear to have anything to say about the case at all, it would seem that this elderly gentleman has been listening to the proceedings far more intently. I suppose the trouble is he has selective hearing. Exactly. But still, this juror may well be the key to the breakthrough that we so desperately need.
This juror, he can do it.
He can do it. This is hopeless. There's no way for me to appeal to these people. I do think that the only way we shall overcome this difficult situation is by exposing the way in which Mr. Shamspeare was really poisoned. We have to prove that it happened some other way, and not via Mr. Natsume's tea. Yes, I know. The trouble is, I have absolutely no idea how it did happen. Mr. Naruhodo. I wonder if perhaps there's something you might have forgotten. Oh? Like what? It's important to watch everyone involved and pursue people if they react to something someone else says. If you'd like me to remind you exactly what I mean, I'd be more than happy, of course. Do I need that to happen? No. Nope. Nope. No need. Really glad they included this. Actually, I don't think there's any need. It's vital that we start trying to change these jurors' minds as soon as possible. Of course, I'm sure you're right. But if you decide you would like your memory refreshed, you need only ask, Mr. Naruhodo. Alright. I'm a man of logic, me, and having considered all the evidence, the defendant must logically be guilty. I do agree that gas is far too expensive, yep. Blow too hard into a gas pipe and you extinguish everything in the house, and then you're in real trouble.
Oh shit, it's lagging, you're lagging.
Yeah, don't worry, it just does this. Fine. You're good, you're good.
I'm checking OBS. I am getting yellow bars, give it a sec. No drop frames though. And then this guy. If nothing else passed the victim's lips that night, there's no other explanation, is there? So,
oh my god.
I guess we're gonna say...
Tongue.
Right, whoops, I didn't mean to do that, my bad.
They were making out while wrestling.
So, even if we try to change the angle here to it was gas poisoning, which doesn't make sense because it was strychnine, it only makes Soseki seem more suspicious because someone else would have had to have been causing the problem in the same residence. And we have no other food we can present except for the bar of soap. Oh, don't tell me we have to be like he was eating the bar of soap with a fork.
I don't think so.
We already determined that he was using the fork to dig out the
plus
coin.
Yeah, they plus they
Fork
point out
off.
that eating the soap is poisonous. Like, you wouldn't
Yeah.
want to eat the soap.
And we've established
Alright.
that he was not eating the fucking soap.
Here's my long shot.
I
I don't... Is it the envelope?
going with not the envelope.
As in he licked it to close it?
Going with it might be the envelope.
That's my long shot idea. But we don't know when this letter was sent to Olive is the issue.
Well, we're not presenting anything.
Right.
We're
That's true, that's
pitting. If nothing else passed the victim's lips that night, there's no other
Why'd you put
explanations
Can
there.
you put the envelope against this guy?
No, so the mechanic here is that we have to take someone's statement and throw it against someone else's and have them fight each other. No, it's the issue.
Yeah, you know,
He was fucking throating that shit.
He inhaled gas, yeah.
He was, yeah,
Objection.
yeah. It's the only thing that makes sense. Those two statements clearly contradict each other.
Good gracious! To whose statements do you refer, counsel?
Juror number 6, did you hear what juror number 3 just said?
What? Yes, of course. I heard him mumbling about something or other.
There is another explanation here, I believe. Something besides Mr. Natsume's tea did, in a manner of speaking, pass the victim's lips on the night in question.
What's explanation?
I wonder, did the police check the mouth of the gas pipe feeding the wall light at the scene to see if there were any traces of poison there?
I was curious to see what your floundering would result in this time, but the mouth of a gas pipe? Scotland Yard have enough to do without exploring such irrelevance.
Hey, Brad, you want to voice this guy?
Hey, Caitlin, can I voice a character in this game? Or is it the voice can be too loud for you? What's that? Okay. Oh, we're so... Just kidding.
Oh!
What do I want to do for this guy?
This is William Shamspeare.
Yeah, he's doing
Yeah.
like he's a Shakespearean actor. Is the idea?
I don't know if I got a
He's
good
literally
Shakespeare.
quoting Shakespeare. The
I don't
entire
know if
time.
I don't know if I got a good Shakespeare.
Try it on.
Hmm.
Just be overly exaggerating.
Yeah.
Theatrical. Melodramatic.
What
Yeah.
a piece of work is a man.
That's what I was.
Yeah,
What a piece of work is a man.
Perfect.
It's Elizabeth little foul shit.
Yeah.
What are you trying to say, Mr. Shamspeare? Also, shut the fuck up. I'm in the middle of my special
How dare you.
mechanic.
Yeah, come on, we gotta
This
hear
is
10
my
more lines of
fucking
this.
thing.
Is this guy dead?
No!
Oh,
He's getting back up and trying to
getting
pwn
back-
us.
Tony, what speakest thou? Prithee, is it not strange and strange? That is what I say to thee, sir.
So you're just doing the Luke at me voice. It's perfect.
That's fine. It's the only voice I have.
It's the best voice in all the playthroughs. So
It's my natural
I-
speaking voice.
I-
Everything else is the act.
I think of the silence all the time that Luke at me did. I thought I'd been quite clear, but let me put it another way. The strychnine could have been on the mouth of the gas pipe that feeds the wall lamp in your room. And that is how the poison came to enter your body.
Good! Good lord! Okay, okay.
How is she so short? Are they tasty then? Gas pipes? Is that what he's saying?
Oh, is the gentleman suggesting that the poor man was so desperately hungry, he tried to fill his belly with gas?
Perhaps no actress would perform a kiss scene with him. I'm gay.
For shame, madam, speaking thy fancy. I assure you, I'm not such a buffoon that I have to kiss pipes.
Objection!
You are! I think he said be right back.
Okay.
This is no summation examination. This is a farce. The prosecution will not stand for any more of my learned Nipponese friends' conjecture.
I'd suck a farce out of his ass.
It'll be $5, baby. You want fries with that?
Ugh. No, toss it. It's funnier when you toss it.
To begin with, the lamp in the victim's room is high on the wall. In order to have placed his lips to the pipe that feeds it, he would have to be a contortionist.
I bet he gets
These
freaky.
are empty assertions. There is no possible proof that the man did as you say.
Objection!
Okay, but what if there is? It's true. I have no proof that Mr. Shamspeare put his lips to the pipe. However, I can say with some certainty that on multiple occasions, Mr. Shamspeare has been doing something in front of that lamp on his wall. And I have evidence to prove it. Evidence that no one here is going to accept, because Sholmes is involved with it.
Stand back.
Well, you're up.
Whoa, shit. Hold up. Alright, you've got our attention, lad. I'd like to see how you can be so sure of yourself.
That's exactly how I thought this guy was.
Oh yeah, dude, he's so fucking English, dude. I can't, this voice was made for me.
So would I. Let's see this evidence then.
Now that I've got the jury's ear, I need to make this opportunity count.
Brad,
This
you-
is the
you wanna-
proof that time and time again, Mr. Shamspeare stood in front of his gas lamp and fucking gave that thing work!
Throated that shit down, bro. What?
The
These are... Wait, what are these? What are they called? Yes! Skin prints that were found at the scene.
Imprints.
in the Prince Council. I've never heard of such things. The Justice Ministry is currently assessing whether or not to permit fingerprints as evidence in court. However,
My lord, this is an exciting new forensic technique developed by the great detective, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. It reveals all of the places that Mr. Shamspeare touched in his room. I've never seen anything like it. I mean, that's black magic, isn't it?
well, if anyone could invent something like this, it's that great Sholmes fellow. That's for sure. Okay, now I know he's Sherlock in disguise.
I agree. This month's edition of Engineering Thumbs was quite fascinating. They're making thumbs?
What is this,
engineering
my
them.
kids?
Engineering the He's a madman, help us.
We found skin prints in many places that you would expect. On the table, on the costumes. However, Mr. Shamspeare also
Somebody
appears to
would
have...
get
Yeah,
He was
the lamp!
Damn,
What
dude.
is this? What is this like? Is the
God
no,
damn.
behind the painting is like it's a hole in the wall, like a peephole for you. You know. Yeah. So anyway, continue.
No, he's giving it to the lamp.
Or somebody behind
maybe.
the wall.
No,
No,
we
just
checked
get-
behind the
More
wall.
like he's getting it. What do you
check
mean?
behind the painting. There's nothing behind the painting.
Man, you will never be fucked in the ass while staring at a painting of the undead parish from Dark Souls 1.
This is our
No, hold on,
lockdown.
hold on. Can We can make this happen. Like, that's not really
Wait, hold on.
Never. You could. You will never. However,
Tags.
Mr. Shamspeare also appears to have been touching some very unexpected places in his room. Like, what the fuck
Yeah.
is this?
He's on the seat doing the throat goat 9000.
For example, here.
Around the hanging picture there. Indeed, multiple handprints appear to be visible. Well, I wonder, could he have been appreciating the artwork, perhaps?
At first, my colleague and I thought the same. However, imagine standing with your with your hands where those prints are, and you would find yourself directly in front of.
In front of... Ah!
I don't believe it. The gas lamp.
The grapefruit technique. Getting grapefruited.
Getting soaped in this case. Got the.
He's pulling his cock out.
Oh wait, hold on. We forgot to re-examine
Oh my
this
God.
accursed piece of evidence.
He put his dick in it.
The soap is looking at me with
Man, that's-
one hollow 2
Those
centimeter
dimensions are
wide eye.
crazy.
How poetic, Mr. Naruhodo. All the literary references we've been hearing are starting to rub off, I think. Really. Whoever would have thought of using this depression to make coins of ice? It was clearly one of those ice coins that was in the soap when we first found it, wasn't it? Although, it was sort of a reddish color, I seem to remember.
Yeah, here's his dick clean though image. Those dimensions are crazy.
Though the reason why isn't immediately obvious, it's clear that Mr. Shamspeare has regularly been standing with his hands to the wall in front of that lamp. Dude, you gotta fuck under the warmth. Right. What have you been up to, you nut? I'd asked the court to recall juror number 4's earlier statement. Me? What did I say? You said that blowing into a gas pipe would make the lights in the entire building flicker. And now, if you'll recall juror number 3's statement...
You blow on my pipe till I flicker.
Until I flicker. Oh! And then you're gone.
You're gone.
You're gone.
What? Me now?
When the gas worker who visited the home blew with too much force into the pipe,
It exploded.
it caused all the lights and the gas stove to go out, and gas to start leaking into the rooms. Obviously, that incident was an accident. However, the simple fact is, if Mr. Shamspeare were to have blown hard into the gas pipe here in his room, he could have extinguished every other light and gas stove in the building at will. Now he's Australian.
He's crikey.
Crikey!
Just
It is
say
the same thing. Are you suggesting that the man purposefully caused the gas to...
Objection.
I'm waiting for him to, like, grab the top of it, like the neck of it, and break it on the fucking table.
Right.
Well, so acknowledge that the prosecution is required to remain silent during a summation examination. I must toast my learned friend's utter disregard for the letter of the law.
What is the meaning of this, Lord Van Zeeks?
This curious photograph, or whatever it is, presented by the defense, the so-called skin prints. Clearly, that cannot be accepted as any form of usable evidence in this case.
It is an exciting new forensic technique, developed by a great detective.
Don't care.
It's nothing.
Oh,
A
Jesus.
mere toy developed by an amateur sleuth with too much time on his hands.
He's right. Oh!
Certainly, even research of this nature by the esteemed Mr. Sholmes cannot be recognized by the court as formal evidence.
Sholmes is about to invade. That's cool. Since they had those lines for her. Please, my lord, if I may. Miss Susato? It was not the defense's intention to submit the skin prints as formal evidence. We merely wish to present the results of the great detective's investigation of the scene, as a tool by which to explain a possibility to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Damn it. Ugh. Japanese.
Japanese, Jesus Christ.
And if the trial were to come to an end now, we should never learn the truth behind these mysterious handprints that everyone has now seen. I don't believe we can allow that to happen, and I'm sure the jurors would agree. What?
You're right! Whether those strange handprints are a significant clue or not, it's down to us to decide.
Nice work, Susato. Juror number 3!
Oh yes, I do declare the great detective's investigation results sounded absolutely fascinating. And I want to hear what that shady actor fellow has to say about those shady handprints.
Come on, please 2 more, so I don't have to do more.
What's the matter with you two? That was foolhardy.
Well, I did say, didn't I, that I don't like to break a promise.
Oh, wait! You heard his lordship, it's not fair.
Shut the fuck up! My beard's better than yours. Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo! If just one more juror changes his or her mind, Mr. Natsume's trial will have to continue. It's so weird that it has to be in favor to continue, and that, like, when it's at neutral, it cannot continue.
Yeah.
That's fucked up. That's like when it should continue.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Sato. But I couldn't have done it without you. Oh no, it was you who identified the clue after all. This is very much your success.
Oh.
Why, Mr. Shamspeare? You seem to be losing your composure. Just one more juror, Mr. Naruhodo. You can do it!
Oh. Okay, there we go.
Very well. Continue, counsel.
Yeah, I am getting some frame drops here.
Yeah, it just happens every now and again. It's not like it's never.
No, it is partially on my side as well. All right. This is odd. Gas doesn't come for free. It costs a fortune to deliver it around the city and maintain the pipes.
Okay, you're back.
Yep. Can I, like, repress you? No. All the evidence, you say. That's right, and there's no room for doubt. It's all pointing at the Japanese man with the big mustache. Yeah, I can't skip through this, so I guess this is something new is gonna happen here. It says the Englishman with the bigger mustache. But the defense just demonstrated another possible explanation for the events on the night in question. What do you make of that? What, your so-called skin prints?
Oh, sorry.
It's okay. These are kind of awkward when you're like re-jumping through text.
Yeah.
It's an exciting new forensic investigation technique developed by the great detective himself. The numerous handprints on the wall are clearly out of the ordinary. And if Mr. Shamspeare had indeed put his mouth to the gas pipe on the night in question, It can't be denied that there's a possibility that's where the poison was.
Yes, I don't deny that it's playing on my mind. As the prosecution rightly says, we should pay no heed to unacceptable forms of evidence. And besides,
Yes?
even if the fellow has been up to some mischief with the gas pipe dozens of times before, it doesn't mean he got up to the same shenanigans on the night in question, does it?
Oh.
Can't make up your case better than that. I'm afraid I can't change my stance.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
You don't make a very valid point, sir.
What? Hey. Uh-oh.
That's true. Perhaps I was a little hasty.
You fickle motherfuckers. No, wait!
Look, you've got your chance here, haven't you? So it's time to prove your theory. If you and your Japanese cohorts can, that is.
Oh! Just leave our nationality out of this, please. Mr. Naruhodo, if we can't substantiate our position, I'm afraid the jurors that changed their minds before may very well change them back. What can I do? Is there any more proof I can give here? Can I show that Mr. Shamspeare really did blow down the gas pipe on the night in question? I have supporting testimony. Let's check the evidence, though.
Yeah, were we thinking it's Natsume's testimony?
It's gonna be Natsume's testimony.
Yeah, I think that's what we have.
Yeah, I have supporting testimony. No, in truth, I don't have any evidence to support my theory. However, there is witness testimony that substantiates it. What's that? Testimony?
Credible! Whose testimony?
Yes, it's all connected. Everything is linked. A person whose testimony revealed details about the gas in the Garadeb residence that night, namely... Yeah, because he talked about how he was getting choked, right?
Yeah. The stove was being turned off. Gas was leaking into his room. Like,
obviously, I'm talking about the defendant. Mr. Soseki Natsume himself.
The defendant?
At the very beginning of the proceedings here in court yesterday, Mr. Natsume said the following. My lodgings! There's been a whole series of strange happenings in my lodgings! Even on that fateful night it happened. When I returned from Mr. Shamspeare's room, I lit my gas stove and climbed into bed. But before long, the stove went out, and somebody tried to kill me! On the night in question, the gas in the defendant's room went out. So I asked the court, was that a mere coincidence or not?
a good golly! So that Shamspeare fellow blew air into the gas pipe to make the man's stove go out on purpose?
Now hold your horses there. What would he do that for? Mr. Foreman.
What is it, man?
We cannot allow judgment to be passed whilst this doubt remains. It's true that I don't have conclusive evidence yet. However, you must surely agree, there is more to this case than meets the eye. Ugh, I love Transformers. Oh!
Enough. Like I said at the outset, I am a man of logic, first and foremost.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Yeah.
That's 4 jurors leaning toward not guilty, my lord. We've overturned the decision. Therefore, the defense calls for the trial to continue.
He does look pretty cool.
Ryunosuke?
Yeah.
Yeah. He's not Phoenix Wright, though.
It's so strange
No one's him.
how it's always like fucking new characters. I thought it was just Phoenix Wright forever, baby, but it's not.
No, and like the fucking the fourth game of the series, you play as Apollo. Phoenix is in it, but he's evil Phoenix in that game. He's society changing evil Joker Phoenix.
Yeah, he's effectively the main character for 3 out of the 8 games, 10 games, however you want to count.
Yeah, Apollo takes over.
Does the judge ever
Yeah.
change, or is he there forever?
It's the
There-
same
there-
judge in the original trilogy.
No, there is a flashback case where you got the Canadian judge. Remember?
Yeah, there's the Canadian
His
judge in the
brother,
flashback
his cousin,
case.
or something,
His
right?
cousin, or whatever, yeah.
But yeah, the judge never changes.
Yeah, I mean, this is the 1800s. This is literally like 100+ years before the events of Phoenix Wright.
Right.
Yeah, I believe this is. I believe the time for this is like turn of the century.
Yeah, it's like it's the end of the
1900s.
1800s, start of the 1900s.
Yeah.
Whenever Sherlock Holmes is set is when this is set.
Yeah, Soseki Natsume would have been here in like 1901.
Yeah.
If that
Although-
times this game at all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Although the thing that is way off would be the Crystal Tower was built in like 1850, which is
Sure.
like but it's the one thing that doesn't line up with the rest of everything else.
Europe's made up anyway, so they can do whatever
Yeah.
they want. The defense is rightfully indicated.
The summation examination has concluded with a majority of jurors altering their decisions. Two jury members now called guilty. 4 now called not guilty.
Guilty.
Therefore, the jury's opinion is conflicted, and, in accordance with the law of this land,
Objection. Oh.
I hereby order the continuation of this trial.
We did it!
Mr. William Shamspeare. Ready here?
Yeah, oh, sorry. My lord, how can thy humble Shamspeare serve thee?
What you say in response to the various revelations made... What say you in response to the various revelations made during the summation examination?
So God mend me, I do solemnly swear. I recall aught of either the lamp or the pipe.
Your handprints have made a tidy mess all over the wall there. How do you explain that, eh? Oh!
Done with this. The dignity of this great courtroom has been
Fuck
sullied
this.
enough already. Juror number 5.
Who, me? Kill
I went to
yourself.
some pains to point out already. A print from the self-professed detective's toy has no place in a British court of law. As such, whether or not this man did indeed stand before the gas lamp with his hands against the wall remains, at this time, unestablished conjecture. You would all do well to remember that.
But the prosecution must concede that it would be extremely simple to verify. Just order the mouth of the gas pipe feeding that lamp in Mr. Shamspeare's room to be examined. If there are traces of poison there,
What appears to be extremely simple is my these friends of mine. Jesus. You will recall that in order to check for the presence of poison in the tea, yet some remnants of tea were required.
yes.
Therefore, it shouldn't be beyond your wit to imagine that even if poison were to have been spread on the pipe, it would have completely evaporated by now, making any analysis impossible.
I didn't think of that.
In any case, counsel, I fail to see what what could possibly have motivated the man to do as you describe? Why on earth would this fellow have wanted to blow air into the gas pipework where he lived?
Ladies and gentlemen of the court, you're gonna love this shit.
There's a buried treasure in the pyramid.
I am about to flip this shit on its head and then turn it about. There's only one possibility that I can think of. That is to use the leaking gas to commit murder.
Order! Order! Counsel! Precisely whose life do you propose this man was plotting to end?
The answer couldn't be simpler. Now we've unraveled the mystery this far. Mr. Shamspeare wanted to end the life of...
Take that!
my fellow statesman and least best friend. If a gas lamp were to go out, it would be noticed immediately, of course. But a gas stove, on the other hand, could be silently extinguished by the killer without anyone noticing. I like how the same song just restarted. I live around those parts myself, so I know what it's like. I can tell you, trying to sleep without the stove lit is pretty much suicide. Ugh, you'd freeze to death in no time. Mr. Garadeb, the landlord, has a large fireplace in his part of the residence on the top floor. In other words, it wasn't the landlord, but a fellow lodger whose life Mr. Shamspeare was trying to end.
Outrageous!
I'm talking, of course, about the defendant. Mr. Natsume isn't the villain in this case. He's the victim this man was trying to murder.
Oh, good gracious!
Objection!
Accused is actually the aggrieved? Interesting. However, the fundamental facts of the case remain unchanged. Namely, that the accused is the aggressor here.
What? How can you still claim that?
Let's indulge in your fancies for a moment and assume that there was indeed poison on the mouth of the gas pipe. And the question then arises is who put it there?
Who did put it there? That's a great question.
The only
It was
logical
Olive.
conclusion is that the person responsible was aware of this man's trickery with the gas supply and his intent to kill.
Yes, that would indeed seem logical. If the assailant were unaware, how would he or she have known to lace the end of the gas pipe with poison?
So now we must ask, how could anyone have known of Mr. Shamspeare's murderous designs?
You mean to suggest...
Naturally. The sole possible answer to that question couldn't be more obvious. Only the man whose life was being threatened could possibly have known.
What?
In other words, the person who put the poison on the gas pipe in what was clearly a retaliatory attack.
This is a good spin, Zeeks. I'm impressed with this one.
Can only be the accused, Mr. Soseki Natsumi.
Guilty! Another summation examination begins now.
Oh, man! No! Whatever Mr. William Shamspeare may or may not have contrived to, he was nevertheless the victim of a potentially lethal poison attack. And the only person who could possibly have perpetrated that attack is the accused, Mr. Natsume. Defense counsel's theorizing has failed to avert suspicion from the accused. Far from it. In fact, now that a clear motive for the poisoning has been successfully established, that suspicion is greater than ever.
What a glare.
Character rules. Do you not agree, my Nipponese friend?
Well,
God,
this is the
game
first.
demonetized.
This is the first time he's like been pretty slick with it. I didn't really like him in the last game. He did not have the moves that the other prosecutors have had in the series.
No,
He was just kind of a dick. That's all he was in the last game.
I like this version of this character a lot.
Here we have walked into a trap effectively. Because that was always the fun part, was like, got him, and he goes, no you fucking don't! You got played, bitch! Oh!
On a finger gun.
It was salt? Really? Fuck.
Fucking idiot.
How did he manage to turn that around on me so rapidly? Get up! Otherwise, the members of the jury may very well change their leanings against us. And this may be our last chance to gain the advantage. What advantage? Well, it would seem that somebody put poison on the gas pipe in Mr. Shamspeare's room. So we must name that person now and absolve Mr. Natsume of guilt. You mean, name the true culprit? I know it might sound impossible, but if we fail to do that, I have no doubt that Mr. Natsume's fate will be sealed once and for all. Whoa. Now, all right, now just imagine it on the 3DS. Whoa.
Oh. Yeah, they had motion sickness and puke.
As it
I'm
happens.
so glad I don't have the motion sickness.
One possible culprit does come to mind. The evidence. The poison. It's all pointing to a particular person now that whom I'm not quite sure when they would have had time to do this.
So they sneak into their apartment.
She was in the hospital. You think she would have been under supervision. But she had the key. She had the key to their place, dude. That's what's on her neck.
Right, but that would be so. I'm thinking she just snuck in through the window.
No, dude. Her fucking boyfriend her fiance used to live there. She had a key to the place.
His fiance lived in Natsume's apartment.
You gotta open the front door somehow. That's true. That's true. Unless like the door's all.
So here's what I'm thinking. Right.
It's Olive for sure.
It's Olive for sure. She sneaks into his apartment somehow via the window, front door, whatever. Right.
She can't get through the window. It's bricked.
Well, yeah, but you can remove some bricks. But sure.
No, you're not getting through the window.
Okay. But anyway, she gets into the apartment, right?
Yeah.
She puts the poison on the pipe. This is the day she gets stabbed, right? She leaves, walks outside.
Oh man.
Knife falls on her, right? Natsume goes to jail for days. So fucking Shamspeare's seething in his room for days.
Yeah.
Waiting to blow that pipe when Natsume gets back. So the poison's just sitting on it for days. Natsume finally gets home, and Shamspeare's like, finally, I can blow this pipe, not knowing it had been poisoned like 3 days earlier.
Yeah. But why? If this is gonna swerve into her, she was called out somewhere though. Remember?
Right.
Which makes me think the previous stabbing of her was planned, not accidental.
So I think he didn't write the letter. Somebody else did. I don't know who fucking did.
Meter Man.
Meter Man, yeah, I guess. The corner of the envelope that we find is just going to be us having evidence that she was there,
For
and
sure.
not like him having wrote it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, let's do it.
It's definitely Olive.
It's all pointing to a particular person now. Yeah, and it still needs to be an international incident.
Prosecution calls for the jury to consider their leanings again. Trust you'll make the correct choice this time, Mr. Foreman? Hmm? What? Oh, don't you worry, we know.
I'm ready to turn the circus on, Your Honor.
Clown world.
There was one other person who I believe could have been involved in all this. The true culprit of this crime.
The true culprit?
A term found only in second-rate novels featuring third-rate great detectives.
Third-rate great detectives. Third-rate detectives.
Jesus. Why not? This farce has gone on for so long already, I see no reason to cut it short before its disappointing climax.
Thank you.
Tell us, my learned Nipponese friend, what is your latest theory?
Oomst.
Who is the so-called true culprit of this crime?
Take that!
The name of the person responsible for the poison that afflicted Mr. Shamspeare is, I believe, Miss Olive Green.
Miss Olive Green? Miss Olive Green? I do feel as though I've heard that name in the recent past. Counsel, but I don't recall where.
Olive Green? The woman from 6 days ago?
Ow.
The victim in the recent case of stabbing on Briar Road? An incident for which Mr. Natsume was arrested, I hasten to add.
Oh, of course, yes, Miss Green. She was left comatose for some 3 days, I believe. But I hear she regained consciousness 2 days ago.
And I hardly need remind the court that Mr. Shamspeare's poisoning took place 3 days ago.
Yeah.
Given that the woman was lying comatose in a hospital bed at that time, she appears to have a rather fine alibi.
True. On the night that the incident occurred, Miss Green was in hospital, unconscious. So on the face of it, it would seem that she couldn't possibly be responsible. But still. My colleagues and I visited Miss Green in the hospital yesterday, and we found her to be in possession of a bottle of poison.
Good gracious! She had poison.
And there is another fact that links Miss Green to this case as well. The defense requests that she be brought to the witness stand in order to explain the details to the court.
Tell me, Mr. Shamspeare.
My lord? Pray, what be thy bidding?
Are you acquainted with Miss Green?
Eh? No, never heard of her.
Judging by the look on Mr. Shamspeare's face, I think perhaps he genuinely doesn't know her. At least, not by name.
As the voice of Her Majesty's prosecution here, I adhere to my word. We will see my learned Nipponese friend's farce through to its conclusion.
Why is he being so cooperative?
He believes in justice.
I appreciate that.
Fakey.
Prosecution requests a short rest, my lord, in order to subpoena the witness and bring her here.
Yes, Miss Olive Green.
Indeed, my lord. 1 hour should be sufficient.
Very well. I grant the request.
Excellent. I hope.
The defense has made a most extraordinary accusation, I must say. But at the present time, I feel the prosecution's argument remains largely uncontested. Accordingly, I'm afraid the defendant and his culpability remain the sole subject of this court's attention. Thank you, counsels. We reconvene in 1 hour. Court is adjourned.
Oh! Bailiff, you know what to do.
Objection! Wait, no.
Oh, good stuff, guys. I need to take a breaky.
Yeah, we're gonna take a break right now anyway, but we will be... Whoever remains, we will be finishing this.
Yeah.
Let me get to some music. Alright, be right back.
I'll hop up a channel for a second.
Yep. Man, I hate video games.
Me too. Tommy, I finally got 20. I got 20 points on the MOC. I did it. You see this bust ass team.
I don't know if he's here. I think he said he would also be right back. But you should post it anyway. No, I'm doing the
That team goes crazy.
I'm doing the part on the event. Have you done the event, Matt?
Not really. I did up to Boot Hill, and I have been skipping through dialogue. I don't give a fuck.
Pretty good.
Die. Best Death Knight, Warlock Paladin for Baldur's Gate 3. Yeah.
Are you reclassing to Warlock Paladin again?
Oh no, I like Monk Rogue. I'm gonna keep doing that.
Now that I'm thinking about it, though, if you can see in magical darkness, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so can I. So I may. I was gonna say I may reclass just a little bit, like, or just change some things around to make it more like focused on like, okay, the plan is we group a bunch of enemies together, we cast darkness, and then we just have advantage on every single hit. We're in there because they can't see.
Also, if
We
I
just
cast
swag it.
darkness and you cast darkness, and I'm a level 6 monk, I can teleport between them.
That's dope. Wait, really?
Yeah, at level 5
Oh.
I get teleport between slightly covered areas.
That is so sick.
Yeah. So I think I found my class.
I've always done Way of the Open Palm for monks.
I mean, that's basically. I've already played a fighter. It's like I was like,
Yeah,
well, am I
they're
either
very
gonna
similar.
be?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was like, I want to do something a little different, and then I was like,
Yeah.
well, I want to play a rogue, but I don't really want to play a rogue. And then it was like, well, you could play a monk rogue, and you can actually just man fight shit, but also be stealthy.
One thing I would have to check though is that if I respec on my character, do I get to pick Oathbreaker if I broke my oath, or will it reinstate my oath? And I'll have to find.
It
some way to
reinstates
break
your
my
oath.
Well, I want to keep Oathbreaker.
I know, but I think it reinstates your oath.
Damn. Yeah, I'll look at that to make sure it doesn't do that. It's like there's just a couple like abilities I would pick instead of, you know, like I wouldn't pick Agonizing Blast. Like, I would stop relying on Eldritch Blast at all, pretty much, and focus solely on beating dudes up in clouds of magical darkness.
Yo.
Tommy, look at my dumbass team that I used to beat MOC with.
Yeah, it's definitely a dumbass team, right?
That team is ugly as shit.
Which one, the top one?
I mean, if
Top
it
one's ugly as shit.
if it
Yeah.
fucking worked, that's cool. I
did
suspect it
so
didn't.
much damage. No, I did so much
Okay,
damage
okay.
with that team. I had one turn where everybody had to auto attack, but that was okay.
Oh, good.
Yeah, like that's gonna happen for sure.
They're talking about Star Rail, not Magic the Gathering. I was worried
Thank
I was
God.
about to leave you all alone with Matt and Brad.
No, I don't think we talked about briefly about doing like, oh, we should respec our characters in Baldur's Gate to synergize this way. So was it gonna bring up Magic the Gathering? I might have.
Well, you're too late, Spider-Man.
Oh no, Saseki's about to open the domain.
Speed, Spider-Man.
Dutch. Yeah.
What'd he say?
Edge? I don't know.
Dutch.
Okay, bye.
Don't watch an anime called Wagahai.
Now, when do you work tomorrow?
1.
Oh, that's not too bad. At least you can sleep
Yeah.
in.
Yeah.
Yeah, I work at 5. I work at 5, bro.
AM?
PM.
I was like, who the fuck showed up if I go to bed, bitch? What the fuck?
Some people did show up at 6.
Yo!
Yeah, some people showed up at 6 a.m. this morning.
Yeah,
We
was
were there
a-
from si-
Was there a launch today?
It was a launch, yeah.
The
iPhone
launch
6.
it was fucking brutal for some people.
New
How did-
cult item dropped.
Dude,
How
I
did
had
you-
a guy, he was hanging out with me at the beginning, and he was just like, I'm so nervous, bro, and he's like asking me questions and stuff, and he's like, how many events have you done? I'm like, this is my first one. He's like, why are you so calm? And I'm just like, I don't know, like, I don't
Yeah,
know, like, I'm just
I will
good with
say,
crowds and
It's just
shit.
work,
I-
dude. Whatever.
I talked to some people who seemed really like, it's like, yeah. Like, and they were like, you know, they were cool about it, but basically, like, I kind of intervened when I was over on the pickup area about, like, you know, someone's like, oh yeah, I want to do this financing thing, and he ended up not being able to do it, and the specialist couldn't understand why. They couldn't articulate why he couldn't do it to this guy, and me, who has not sold a connected activated phone for 2.5 years, pulled up, I saw it, and I said, oh, okay, I know what this is, and then I explained to him why.
What was
And
it?
this, basically, he hadn't paid his phone off. It was
Oh,
like, oh,
rip.
he's like, oh, the bill credits will cover that. I'm like, no, they won't. Look at this. You're not eligible for an upgrade until your phone's paid off. He's like,
Yeah.
oh, okay, I've never done that before. I was like, yeah, it's as
Wait,
simple as
was
that.
it really a just read situation?
It was just, well, like it was he hadn't gotten further enough in the transaction process to know that it would tell him to just read.
You're
He-
welcome,
he-
chat. Now you
he-
know what to do
he-
when you buy it.
Yeah, he didn't want to like do something that was irreversible, and I can't blame him for that, right? But
Nah,
it was just like a you know, we'll just tell you you're not eligible for an upgrade until you pay your phone off. Oh, I thought the bill credits covered that. No, they don't. They're technically a part of the promotion when you trade in your device, but in order to do a trade-in and to be eligible for upgrade, you have to pay your phone off. I was like, oh, okay. I'll go talk to AT&T and see if they can do anything. Like, all right, cool. Sounds good.
Thing.
The guy was like, wow, how'd you know that? I was like, I've been here a while. This is my 6th launch. I'm not, no stranger to the game, as it were.
That I'm cooking.
Yeah. But,
Let him
yeah.
cook. Let him eat.
Yeah.
He's so cooked. Let him eat.
Whenever I
dude.
see you out there, I definitely see you like at least pretending to be confident, and that's a really important skill. Is like not being like, yeah, you know what, we'll you're just like, yeah, dude, here's the thing, and people like,
Dude, the way people are like, are you telling me I can't do this? Like, literally, no. They're just like, what?
yeah.
I'm literally just like, what? You're telling me that this doesn't work? And I point at the thing, like, yeah, no, it says that you only get $50 for this. Sorry.
Yep.
They're just like, oh no.
Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, it's crazy. Sometimes I really at the bar I do be telling people like, well, this is ridiculous. You expect me to do this? I'm like, you want to? I don't expect you to do. I don't expect you to do anything. I'm literally.
I expect you to ask me questions. That's it.
I'm literally just telling you what your options are. You absolutely do not have to do this.
Do whatever the fuck you want.
Yeah, do whatever you want. I'm not you, and you can do whatever you want. And sometimes that gets people to just kind of be like, yeah, what the fuck am I talking about? Why am I being so like? This guy's not trying to force me to pay this amount of money. He's telling me what I can and can't do. So you can't fix my phone today. Nope, sure can't. Okay.
The guy, like, Thursday, he was like swearing to himself like a little baby boy, but he was definitely like 6'5" and like 240. And I was just like,
fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, he was like, this is fucking crazy. You fucking can't fucking stupid motherfucker.
No, this happens all the time, bro.
That's so funny, dude.
Yeah, but that's the thing. If people curse at you, be like, whoa, hey, listen, listen, you better respect me and not use that kind of language at me again.
Whatever that guy said in the fucking thing, I was just like, yo.
He's been there for a long ass time. But
you was not going to disrespect me in front of all these people. That's what's up.
But seriously, take that to heart. What he said, that is the way you should be. Because at the end of the day, get leadership involved if people are swearing at you, like straight up. Like just be like, oh, okay, I'm not going to help you. Someone else will. Like, that is no, and they allow us to do that. That is above our pay grade. We do not have to take shit from customers.
No, that makes sense. It's like
it's crazy because I would have to deal with that shit on the phone. They expect do a little bit.
Yeah, they expect you to reasonably be able to deal with frustrated customers, and to reasonably be able to understand how to repair a relationship in an interaction like that, right? And to take someone down off of the ledge a little bit.
Right, makes sense because you're just giving them the info that they need.
Yeah,
but
and for
you can only
my
take
job,
them so far.
For my role, especially when it comes to the Genius Bar and repairing and and troubleshooting devices, where sometimes your device is out of warranty, and I've got to tell you that the only way we can repair your phone is if you pay us $650, and I'm not going to recommend you do that. Like, what did I come here for? That for me to tell you that is what you came here for.
Because you didn't know this information.
Yeah, you now know. But as soon as they start getting swearing or up in my face or violent, nope. Okay, cool. Sir, you can calm down and I'll help you out.
Easy.
Yeah, I can help. You can calm down. And I can continue to help you out here, or I can get somebody else involved. Like that's just all it is.
I remember I was having like the worst day of my life one time because I was having to deal with like phone stuff for my parents, and like we didn't have like the ID number. To the PIN number to get into the account, so we just couldn't do anything. I was fucking furious the whole day, and I was like on the phone with like support in the Verizon store or something, and I remember the woman, like I was talking to like numerous people at once, and I just remember the woman being like, "Sir, can I please finish?" And I'm like, "I'm so sorry. Yes, please." I was like, "Yes, I'm so sorry. I'm being rude."
No, it's frustrating stuff. Like again, we understand frustration. I get it, but like at the same time, I gotta level with you, and you gotta level with me, right? Like we're both here. You're here for a reason on your day off or whatever it is, and I know you don't want to be here.
Sir, it's society's fault.
So let's acknowledge that so we can move forward so I can get you out of here.
Ma'am, it's the lead poisoning in your brain that destroys your ability to reason things.
That's probably really true.
It's not my fault.
As they're looking straight through you somehow.
Yep. Customer service is wild.
Each eye individually.
But no, but really though, Matt, I think you did a good job today. So.
Dude, everybody keeps saying that. Brittany comes to me every day. She's like, "You're doing a great job." I was like,
Listen, if the experts are
you have
telling
imposter
you,
syndrome.
if Jaden and Brittany are coming up to you and saying, "Hey, you did a really good job today," if Matthew, who's the
Javi
nicest
was also
dude
like,
ever,
good shit today. You got like 5
Javi?
business intros. Yeah.
Javi, bro, I don't even get compliments from Javi.
Well, we look like we have the same dad, so I think there's like
I was
a little
looking,
bit of.
I was
like,
looking for that sound
Yeah.
effect this whole time. I didn't realize it was in slot 1.
You guys actually do look quite
Come
alike.
on.
But no, you're doing good. Like, last thing, and then Alex can continue with his game.
Yeah, sorry we hijacked your.
Oh,
stream.
okay.
Yeah.
Love y'all.
So earlier I heard, I don't remember who Brooke was talking
okay.
to walking out. Maybe it was Javi, maybe it was Philip. I don't remember. But she said like Matthias, and I was like,
Oh yeah, she
No,
called him Matthias.
I was like Matthias. She's like, oh yeah, he told me you guys go way back, and I was like, yeah, we do. She was like, so you've been gatekeeping that from me. I was like, not really, no. Like I've just been like, and she was like, yeah, I could tell that you guys are friends. He's super sweet. She's like, I already love him. He's fantastic. He's great. You know, like
We had this
Wow.
situation where this
Yeah.
guy was being super disrespectful to his wife, and me and her had the look. We gave each other the look, and
Yeah.
I was like, we
No,
talked
Brooke-
about it after.
again.
It's cool.
Brooke is a real one. She is.
I'll talk about Brittany, but yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, Brooke was the one who said that to me. It was
Oh, yeah,
Matthi-
Brooke is
was
cool.
like, it was like Matthias. Like that's Matthias.
So
She's
it's
like,
not
oh,
your
yeah,
fault they both have B
Yeah.
names.
Yeah, she was like, oh, you guys go way back. Why are you gatekeeping that? I was like, I'm not trying to, bro. But yeah, no,
She's so funny.
I don't
Brooke
know
is
him.
so hysterical. Like Brooke could
Yeah,
look
I've
me
never met him.
I don't know him.
Brooke is the
What,
type
what
of
did he
person
do? I don't
who-
know him.
Brooke is the type of person who would say the most absolutely insane shit to your face, and you would just be like, "Yeah, I believe you would actually do it." But like, you don't get like the, I should report her for saying this kind of thing. It's just like she's just like, I don't know, a very lovable, psychotic.
No, people say
I
real
don't know.
shit, and you're like, they don't have
Yeah.
any ill will
Yeah.
towards that. They're just calling it how it is.
Yeah, Brooke is chaotic evil. She will do
I like
whatever she wants. But also, if I call her at 4 a.m, she would pick up and she'd be like, "I'm on my way."
that. I'm killing you.
She's a real one. She's
I'm killing you after, but we're doing this.
Yeah, but like, what do we gotta bury? Shout out.
Speaking of Matthias, one time at work, we had this kid who was like straight out of Central Casting, like male model who was stupid.
Nice.
Like the show show me your face when your dog just died. You know, meme. But he one time like he just started working there, and he looks at like the floor chart, and he sees my name, and he goes, "Who's Thomas?"
Ooh.
Thomas, fight him, kill him with
Yeah,
pitchforks.
Oh.
I was like, "Thomas, like,
Fucking
like-
dumb dog. Like, what's going on?
Oh my god.
Thomas.
how have you made it all these years?"
Wait. The Thames River is kind of like Thomas. Oh my
Good
god.
Lord, man.
Thomas.
No, this can't be. Wow. Is that the... Huh?
I just got to the fucking part in the event where where she's like, Mr. Tail.
Yeah, Mr.
Tail.
Tail. No, I love what was
That's-
strong in that event.
Yeah, she's great.
That's great. All right,
Love y'all.
enough about that. If you have any tech questions, don't fucking ask these guys.
No, please don't.
Don't
I
fucking
mean, how
do
much you're
it.
paying me? I'll take it if you're paying me.
Wait, hold on.
Okay,
Hold on
I
a second.
guess if you're paying
I gotta get this off my chest. The last thing I did for my grandpa before he passed after Christmas was like I helped him like it was like, is anything wrong with my phone? And I looked at it, I was like, no, you're good, man. Like, he's like, I said the only thing is that if you ever wanted to like upgrade, you would just have to do this. And he's like, oh, I don't know if I'll make it that long. And I was like, oh, don't say that. And then he died like a few months later. So
Ouch.
rest in peace.
Well, I just killed 3 PMCs. I'm fucking nasty. Anyway.
Good segue.
In real
good segue.
life?
Good segue.
Yeah, they
It's
were
getting
outside. I just
crazy.
popped them.
Rest in peace, Papa. Rest
we
in
got
peace.
we got PMCs now in the United States.
They're
Always
all
have
here,
been.
buddy.
They're
Always have been.
spreading. Oh, Kojima, you've done it again. Anyway,
Anyway,
back to it.
back to it.
Joyful, jubilant jumping jacks! Oh, Mr. Natsume, I'm so pleased for you. Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, and non-locum judicial assistant Miss Mikotoba Esquires. Now finally, at long last, there can be proof! Proof that I'm innocent, and proof that my tea is innocent. That's right, I've been here the whole time.
Hang on, the street's lagging.
Oh, too much bitrate when Sholm showed up.
Yeah,
What the fuck is this pose?
This is
What
him.
this is the stupidest thing I've ever seen.
Oh man,
This is like the most like bro like.
this guy.
Good morning, my dear fellows. Like,
Good
what's
morning,
up,
my
bro?
dear fellows.
I'm in.
Ah! Herlock Sholmes! May you drink my tepid tea and fall forever silent. Thought the tea was innocent. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, you came. How wonderful.
And I'm also here. Please, save your
Derision.
save your derision. I know what you're all thinking. Good morning, he says, when it's very nearly time for luncheon. Your scorn is written clearly across your faces.
Nobody said or thought anything of the sort.
The truth is, I was determined that today would be the day. As sleep seduced me last night, I thought, tomorrow, for once, I shall not oversleep. I'll rise early and be present in court to support my companions. Such spirited determination has a beauty all of its own, does it not?
Oh, yes, yes!
And then I began to muse on the subject. Why do people sleep? Just to wake up.
Just to wake up, dude. Lamau.
Why does life slumber?
Why does this slumber? So they can
Why
wake
do
up,
people
smile.
oversleep? I queried.
God dies at
Why?
this answer.
Time after time, do they make the same foolish blunder?
Video games.
And then the answer came to me at once. It's so delightfully simple. People oversleep. Because they sleep.
Dude, this would have been a better conclusion at the end of Penacony than what we got.
Well, wait. This is basically what he was saying, right?
I'm not sure they knew what they were trying to say. Here's the thing about
Penacony?
Star Rail. Like, let's be sure. Star Rail's like main story just goes through the motions of what like good stories have, and it just happens to get it right 80% of the time.
Right, yeah.
It's just copying shit well, even if it doesn't quite understand what it's going for sometimes.
Well,
yeah.
Unless it's the side stories, then they have a fucking
Okay,
real
the
one
shit
writing
with-
that
the
shit.
shit with Tail and Luca is. I was like, this is fucking like genuinely inspiring to listen to. Like,
Yeah.
like,
But
what
once you do the
fuck?
stuff with Samantha, that's like one of my favorite things in the game.
well,
I don't know. You typically already read it before we start talking, so I was like, you already read it. It's not an astute insight into the matter. You're a genius, Sholmes. Oh, yes.
upon which realization, I attempted an experiment. I didn't sleep a wink at all night. I didn't sleep a wink all night. And the results. By first light, I was exhausted and began to be assailed by fits of drowsiness.
Shocking.
And so, the conclusion of last night's experiment is this. A good night's sleep is quite simply essential.
Once again, would have been a good answer at the end of Penacony. Retired, bro.
Retired.
Yes, I think most of us probably knew that already.
What others presuppose, I prove by experimentation. That, my dear fellow, is the scientific method. Ah, yes, and one more thing. Do you remember this?
Yes, of course. It's the poison that Miss Green was about to drink at the hospital yesterday. Oh, you didn't manage to.
Drink the whole thing? Of course!
It's poison.
It's poison!
Nice. Oh, Ellie.
Just gotta clone another one.
Clone another one, yup.
It was a laborious task, as the bottle was near empty.
Oh, that's why they call it a laboratory.
That makes sense.
It does.
But such inconveniences do not hinder Shone. I managed to confirm that it contained strychnine.
Good. So I was right. Yes!
Perhaps.
But only in the future in the localization.
Though of course such circumstantial evidence doesn't prove Miss Green's guilt. I shall leave the bottle in your care now. But licking the inside of the neck is not recommended.
If you say so. A bottle found in the possession of Miss Green with traces of the slow-acting poison strychnine inside.
Olive, maybe?
Can I have a word? Might just be. Oh,
Nope.
okay, Gregson.
Gregson! How good of you to come!
Forget it. Excuse me. Nice!
Holy shit, he fucking,
Massots.
he's massaged out of there, yeah.
Inspect 1,000 crime scenes.
Detective Gumshoe!
Wait a minute! Inspector! Nice. I, don't wish to make a nuisance of myself. From the look on your face, I'd say it's someone else who you think is making a nuisance of himself.
Ah, my dear Inspector, please, speak freely. Pretend that I'm not here.
Cling to the ceiling, damn it! Believe me, if I could do that, life would be a whole lot simpler for me. Do you have the results, Inspector? Of the investigation of Mr. Shamspeare's room? Not yet. Shouldn't be long now, though. Now I'm here about something else. That dead convict, actually. Really? Oh, you mean the man from the newspaper article we discovered yesterday in Mr. Shamspeare's room? Oh, right, he would have found that at the same time. Yeah. A man by the name of... Oh, yes, Selden. I went through the archives at the yard and dug out the fellow's file. There's something in there that... Well, it caught my eye. Something caught your eye? What, Inspector? What? I've copied out the relevant parts for you, so you can read it for yourselves. Thank you. Capital offender's file has been entered in the court record.
I can't hit the woo button anymore because I don't pay for a picture anymore.
Uh-huh.
But I'm gonna go for
Fair
You
enough.
mumbled, but whatever.
I'm
Do
gonna
it,
go.
Man. Do it, man. Investigative findings related to Selden. 18 counts of burglary, 6 counts of suspected murder. Died of natural causes whilst in prison. His final moments witnessed only by his cellmate. The estimated 1,000 pounds worth of loot he stole remains undiscovered. Unrecovered, I should say.
Yeah.
Condemned criminal dies of natural causes in prison. Manchester's Strangeway Prison announced the death of convicted murderer and burglar Selden by natural causes in the early hours of this morning. He had been suffering with fever since the end of October. Alerted by the shouts of his fellow cellmate, medical staff arrived to find him already dead before his capital punishment could be carried out.
So, Shamspeare may be his cellmate, and that's like how he knows about the treasure.
Yeah.
The question of how they were connected had been up in the air. Like how we knew about the treasure, right?
Mm-hmm. Okay. Kind of says the same thing. Actually, that's really weird. It just... this new thing just attached this into it. Huh.
Fair enough.
odd. There is
Yeah,
something.
oh, yeah.
So this is the poison we've been hearing so much about. Strychnine. There are a few remnants on the bottle, on the bottom of the bottle here. Look. You mustn't be tempted to try it. Of course not. As long as we don't lose this trial. No. Even if we lose the trial. Okay. No, we mustn't lose the trial in the first place, Mr. Naruhodo. Make your mind up, Susato-san. It's not making any noise.
Weird.
These documents include the details that were in the newspaper cutting we found in Mr. Shamspeare's room. I'll rearrange everything in the court record so we don't have duplicate information.
Hey! It's awesome.
Why are you giving us a copy of this important file, though? Well, you're the ones who turned up the clue in the first place, aren't you? I'm just making sure things get handled in the proper fashion. Oh, Scotland Yard's workings are so wonderful.
Indeed, my dear fellows. And the inspector here is a shining diamond in its crown.
Shining diamond in the rough, maybe. Look, I just don't want to be beholden to a lawyer, that's all. Counsel for the defense and the defendant. Get the fuck back in here. Make your way into the courtroom at once.
Well, I shall leave you then. I'll be listening with interest from the public gallery. Not nodding off at all. Certainly not.
Thank you, Mr. Sholmes.
I'm rather tired. Fall asleep. Of seeing Mr. Mustache in floods of tears. Personally. So, the best of luck to you.
Locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire! Yes, Mr. Natsume? It's time, isn't it? Yes, this is it. Miss Olive Green and Mr. William Shamspeare. This is going to be the final battle. I won't really have saved Soseki-san until I've exposed the whole truth of everything that's been going on. But it's all coming to a head now. You can do it, Ryunosuke. You have to. Let me get Shamspeare at the end here. I haven't gotten to do him yet. He's a funny one. He's a begone prating knaver kind of guy, you know. It'll probably be him and Olive up on the stand together. So.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again now. Before the recess, we heard a most startling accusation from the defense. Namely, that the victim of the case we heard here only a few days ago is the true perpetrator of this incident. A reckless, rash, and prejudiced charge of wrongdoing, in my opinion, my lord. However, the prosecution has tried to extend every courtesy to this amateur newcomer from dubious eastern shores.
Thank you for that backhanded consideration.
A rather cold assessment from the honorable British prosecutor, I must say. So, Lord Van Zeeks, is the new witness present and ready to take the stand? Ready and waiting in the witness's antechamber, my lord. Very well, bailiff. Bring the witnesses in. Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court, please.
William Shamspeare, my liege. For mine occupation, I can say only that I be a tragic victim, to be pitied. Shut up.
Currently unemployed, in other words. I'm Olive Green. I'm a fledgling artist. Well, no. Not a fledgling, really. A hopeless failure who's too weak-spirited to admit she has no talent, I suppose. Also currently unemployed, in other words. Coterre?
New word drop, boys. Coterre. Coterie? Coterie.
Yeah.
A coterie.
Mr. Shamspeare.
My lord, I am thy humble servant. No.
I'm afraid that you are no longer merely the victim in this affair. The possibility has been raised that you are in fact the assailant, intent on taking the life of your fellow lodger. The part you have played in this whole business will be thoroughly scrutinized.
Played?
I assure you.
Finally! I would for naught else, my lord.
And Miss Green. Yes? You're aware of the reason you have been summoned to this courtroom today, I presume? Yes. The officer did explain.
Ha!
Whoa. He said I poisoned this ridiculous buffoon.
And? Do you accept the charge, Miss Green?
I don't know anything about any poisoning. And I don't know anything about this man.
Come, lady. Die to live. Verily, I know not thy prickly pea-pigmented personage.
Very well. Let us proceed with the matter at hand. That being to ascertain whether or not Miss Green has any involvement in this affair. It's all very strange indeed. Why would you suspect me?
Is the pin in her hair the Eiffel Tower?
Yeah. Because she's French. Because she's an artist.
Dear
I guess.
God.
Yeah.
They're French.
I barely ever go to the East End anyway. It so happens that I passed by that neighborhood 6 days ago. That's all. And on the night that this man was poisoned, I was still in hospital, fighting for my life. Yes. Having been unfortunately caught up in the incident on the street outside the Gerideb household. An
Right,
incident
okay.
that rendered you unconscious for some 3 days.
Right. So, I'm sorry, I may have misinterpreted something you were speculating earlier.
Yeah.
She sent the letter to him to get him out of the house.
Oh, that's not what I had suggested.
Okay. That's what I
that's
think happened, though.
That's an interesting idea, actually. That's a pretty interesting idea.
Because the side's ripped, and the part that, like... I'm thinking that's what it was. Because she had to get him out of the house.
But then Gerideb ended up with the letter? Wait, who had the letter?
That's a different letter.
That was a different letter.
There was the letter that Duncan was writing for Olive that we brought to her.
Yeah,
That is not in our court record at all.
Right, fair
But
enough,
when
fair
she was about to poison herself, She was holding the envelope that had this, which is still kind of weird.
Right, so I guess...
She took it from the crime scene. Because she would have sent this letter to get the guy out of there. Well, this is incriminating to me. For when he dies, better take it, but she left this piece there.
Do we have the letter and evidence, the rest of it?
No, we don't.
No,
but we know it exists.
Okay. That's an interesting idea.
It'll be brought up.
Yeah, that's... Okay. For
An
some
incident
3
that-
days. I was struck in the middle of my back by a knife, though no fault of my own, and now I'm under suspicion. What other irrelevant things might I be suspected of? It's all very disturbing. Your energies may be better spent worrying about random knife attacks, I feel, Miss Green.
At this point in time, all that appears to connect you with Mr. Shamspeare's lodgings is the Briar Road incident of 6 days ago. That's why we would like you to testify formally now about exactly what happened.
Oh no! The incident 6 days ago? You mean you want me to relive that awful accident?
Yep. And of course, we will be interested to hear from you about your movements that day too, Mr. Shamspeare. Huh? But what happened 6 days ago is nothing to do with me being poisoned.
Let us proceed, then. The witnesses will present their formal testimony to the court. On the subject of the incident that took place on Briar Road, the evening of the 17th of February.
Why's February spelled like that?
Dude, I think about it every day.
Like, fuck you Wednesday, fuck you February.
Like, because it's... I've always said it February, but it's spelled February.
February.
If anything, it should be like 2 syllables technically, like rare, or well, I guess it would be 3 anyway. But you know what I mean?
Yeah.
February, not
February.
February. Like, it's my birth month, and I'm like, what the fuck? What is that? It was 6 days ago, at about 5 p.m. I was walking along in the snow when I was suddenly stabbed in the back. Coincidentally, it happened to be just outside the house where the men in this case have their lodgings.
I was at the tavern on the eve of which thou speakest, for I had bespoke my supper.
It was the first time I'd been in the area. I had a little matter to attend to. That's all. Anyway, I was admitted straight to a hospital, so I knew nothing about all this business.
Yes, a second incident inside a week at what I believe to be aptly described as the haunted lodgings.
That's what I've been saying!
One can only presume this is a most unfortunate coincidence.
Wrong.
Meanwhile, you say you were not in your room, Mr. Shamspeare.
It was the following morn when I did awaken that I learned of the dire events. Mary, what a commotion did the officers of the law make on the floor above mine! And Soseki-san was arrested of suspicion of attempted murder.
As suspected, there is nothing connecting these 2 witnesses but happenstance.
It's true. It does seem as though they're unrelated at first glance. But I'm not so sure. There's something lurking in the shadows here. I feel certain of it. And this is my one and only chance to expose it. Do your thing, counsel.
Counsel. Oh, what? Oh.
Cross-examination. The evening of 17th February. It was 6 days ago at about 5 p.m. I was walking along in the snow and I was suddenly stabbed in the back.
Hold it!
Why didn't you dodge it? I'm well acquainted with the case. I'm sorry you had to go through that.
It was awful. I still can't believe I was unconscious for so long. And I woke up to find that the case had been solved and the culprit arrested.
Yes, the incident has been resolved already. Perhaps it would help you to consider it a bad dream that ended with your wakening, and should now be forgotten.
Yes, I suppose so. Thank you.
But before you put it completely behind you, Miss Green, I need you to remember the details one last time. You must tell the court exactly what happened that day, for us to arrive at the truth about this new case.
The truth is, there's nothing to tell, really. I was just walking alone along the pavement.
Coincidentally, it happened to be just outside the house where the men in this case have their lodgings.
Hold it!
What were you doing there that day, though?
What do you mean?
The art school you attend. What's it called?
Yes. It's the Thorndike Academy of Fine Arts.
According to Mr. Sholmes, that's just in the vicinity of Brixton Road, which is some 10 stops away from the scene on the underground. I believe you mentioned before that you also live on Brixton Road, isn't that right? So why then would you have been walking along Briar Road in the middle of the East End?
It's because, oh yes, of course. I thought it might make a nice picture.
The witness is a student of art. City-dwelling artists can't all paint grand urban vistas.
That's right. I happen to like the crumbling look of that part of town.
Hey, Alex,
Perhaps quaint would have been a less grating term. What's up?
do you remember?
I do. I do, Tommy. All of you can remember for 5 seconds, but no more. Okay. That's all you get. That video's super quiet, so I had to max the volume. I'm gonna get my ears blown out on the next YouTube video I open. Hell yeah. Perhaps quaint would have been a less grating term. The point is, she's definitely hiding something. Yes. It seems she's not going to be forthcoming with the truth. She's trying to hide why she was there that evening. It must mean there's a reason for her not wanting us to know. That's the key to this. And you, Mr. Shamspeare, on the evening of the incident 6 days ago, would you tell us the court what exactly you were doing? 'Twould be my pleasure, sire. I was out killing again. I was at the tavern on the eve of which thou speakest, for I had bespoke my supper. A tavern, you say? Which one? 'Twas the Slug and Salad where I did tarry. 'Tis a jewel in the East End.
And a little unexpected, I feel.
Hmm? What do you mean, Lord Van Zeeks?
The Slug and Salad offers unusually fine dining. For the locality, at least. Not an establishment you'd expect to be patronized by a man with not even a crumb of bread in his room.
Oh! It's true. The menu lists premium crusts of bread and glasses of water in different levels of cloudiness.
What the fuck?
Whoa.
I'll have my water extra cloudy, please.
That'll be... Hold on. Yeah, that'll be, let's check the chart again.
Oh no. 3 quid.
I would have expected grubbery in the locale vicinity to be more appropriate for your means. Watery soup and mushy peas.
The pea
Or
wet.
rather, soupy water and pea wet.
The pea wet. The pea like moosh. All equally appetizing. I just wanted to try some water in a different pub for once. Ooh, what's wrong with that? How different can water really be? Well, if you watch the show right now, Too Many Losing Heroines, our main character, Nuku Mizu, loves testing the different tap water in the school. It's so funny, guys. It's pretty funny.
God,
I have a good laugh.
I knew which fountains were the ones I liked. It's like, it's such a thing, dude.
Yeah. You didn't really have options in public schools, and even like at UCF, it was just like I would fill my water bottle up at whatever was nearby. Yeah. Or perhaps there's a more plausible explanation. A specific reason why he had to go to that particular establishment. Agreed. The fact that on that day of all days, he dined at a place he wouldn't normally, it does stand out. So Mr. Shamspeare's own actions on the day of the incident 6 days ago were slightly suspicious. I wonder if we have some evidence that can explain those actions. Not at the moment, we don't.
Also, I'm very sad that, Mihoyo did not opt to announce lighter at this very second. Because that could have made an Earth, Wind, and Lighter joke, and it would have been so funny.
It would have been so funny. At this very second. Speaking of at this very second, I don't think we have anything for this. Not at the moment.
Yeah, we literally don't have the letter that's like, meet me at the Slug and Salad. Because that was what the letter said, right?
That's what the letter said, yeah.
Yeah.
I wish we
We just
did,
don't
but
have-
sadly, I can't think of anything at the moment. If we can find a clue that could explain why Mr. Shamspeare went there, we must present it to the court. Yes, absolutely.
Unless we do have the letter and it somehow got stuck in the bar of soap.
So we have this. It might work. We'll get there in a second.
Check the soap again, just to be safe. Oh, it's stuck to the soap in my pocket. That's it.
Okay. Okay, we're safe. We're safe.
If that is all on this matter, Counsel, I would ask Miss Green to reiterate her next statement.
It was the first time I'd been in the area. Wrong.
Wrong.
I had a little matter to attend to, that's all.
Hold it!
What little matter, Miss Green? Please elaborate.
It was nothing, really. It's not worth mentioning.
Too bad. If you remember, you mentioned it to us yesterday at the hospital. It was related to the card you were holding. Miss Green! What was that? She clearly just hid something behind her back.
Oh, dude, don't make me see the mouse.
The poor mouse. God, Susato, when you first see it, Susato's even like, wow, it's so healthy. Such a ripe, wonderful mouse to just be living its best life in this hospital. Then bam. Barely knew him. From memory, I believe the card contained a note that read, I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross.
Oh, what? Oh, what does that matter? This has nothing to do with Duncan.
Excuse me.
What? Mr. Shamspeare, do you have something to share with the court? To be or not to be? That is the question. Ah, pray, forgive me. The great bard's word springeth from within me with ne'er a thought. Don't tell me. It's because you're possessed by Shakespeare's spirit, right? Hearing Miss Green's words a moment ago seemed to make you think of something. Something of relevance, perhaps? Well, nay, sire. 'Twas nothing at all. Presumably you know the name, though. Mr. Duncan Ross, I mean. After all, you were both lodgers in the same house. I would it were so, but sadly nay. Lodging be a lonely occupation, sire. My lodging fellow be rarely known to me. So you haven't heard of him? Even though he passed away in the room just one floor above yours?
Miss Green? Me, my lord? Have I done something wrong?
Maybe.
The card that was mentioned before, containing the note, do you have it upon your person?
Dude, keys of the city, we're in. This shit's over.
This shit's over. I do, yes. But I don't need it anymore. In fact,
I should have burned it before I came here.
Yeah! Yeah!
before you dispose of it, the court will take it as evidence. Please.
A note in an envelope that seems to have been ripped open rather roughly. It contains instructions to meet with someone who claims to have information about Duncan Ross. Of course. That's what links Mr. Shamspeare and Miss Green. It's Duncan Ross.
Now, continue with your testimony, please, Miss Green.
Anyway, I was admitted straight to the hospital, so I knew nothing about all this business. Can we combine them?
Really cool.
The envelope has been ripped open rather carelessly, hasn't it? Miss Green strikes me as the type to open correspondence more neatly than that. Huh. I thought it was just out of doing it. What is it? The way the envelope is torn. I'm almost sure I've seen the exact same shape somewhere else. Oh, you don't mean... Were you thinking of this piece of evidence, Mr. Naruhodo? Exactly, that's it. Try to match them up.
Oh my god.
They go together perfectly. The torn off end of the envelope clearly belongs with this card. The most damning piece of evidence has been added to your court record. The other piece of evidence is they have not been combined. Oh my god, it's blank. It's got invisible ink on it. Weird. Anyway, I was admitted straight to hospital, so I knew nothing about all of this business. Yes, you didn't regain consciousness until the day after the trial, did you? In the early hours.
Exactly. So how could I have had anything to do with it? And yet you still haul me into here to court like this? Honestly. So at the time of the poisoning, the witness was unconscious in her hospital bed. Could there be a more airtight alibi, I ask you?
Hmm.
And yet, in spite of that, you claimed that I was the culprit.
Well,
But you certainly haven't produced any evidence to support your wild claim, have you? Not at all. There you have it. The good lady has yet to see evidence, my learned Nipponese friend.
Excuse me. I'm working on it.
Counsel, I will point out that the jury's next decision will be final.
We're really up against the wall here. Just like Shamspeare, when he's throating that shit.
He's throwing that shit, dude.
Oh, Mr. Naruhodo, you pursued Mr. Shamspeare wonderfully there. It worked out well, hasn't it? We have a new clue at last. Alright, now I need to pull off a really insightful objection somewhere. Well, as you've managed to expose this promising new angle, I wonder if you should perhaps try to develop that. Yes, of course. Yelling out objections isn't necessarily the best way to do that, I suppose. What was it, 2? It wasn't 3, right?
Right, it's not a coincidence. You're
Skip through all
Bullshit.
this till we get to the dialogue option. Oh, nope, wasn't that one.
Oh, I thought it was the one.
My inputs aren't getting picked up. Oh, it was this one, I guess. No, this is when he reacted to her. Does that matter? It has nothing to do with Duncan. Duncan Ross. I guess this is new. Please, Miss Green, tell us more about that note.
I'm sorry. There's really nothing I can tell you. But I can assure you, it's unrelated to all of this. Completely unrelated.
The truth is, you went out that day because that's what the note told you to do, isn't it? The instructions were for you to come to Briar Road at 5 o'clock that afternoon.
I didn't think I should go at first. But then... I thought it might be a good opportunity to see what the East End looked like. Very well. If that's your final word on the matter, continue, please.
Okay, it was just her reiterating that. Maybe it was first option.
Must have been.
Then. I'm confused.
I guess you could just present the letter here.
That's
like,
pretty weird.
Yeah.
That's pretty strange. Furthermore, God, I always just hate when it's press on the thing. Wait, where do we get the letter on the 4th one? Okay, yeah, that's fine. It's always weird, like presenting evidence in the testimony in which you received it, but
Objection.
okay, I wasn't on that one. It's fine.
Hold it.
Was it this? Okay, it was, okay. My bad. I was gonna say, there's no way this shit disappeared, right? Alright, Mr. Shamspeare. Yes, sire. On the day in question, is it not the case that you visited the Slug and Salad, a place you don't normally patronize, for a very particular reason? I don't know what you're talking about. Pray, if thou hast some purpose, speakest. Very well. I will present the court with some evidence. Evidence that explains why you had to be at the Slug and Salad that day. Namely... God, it should be either, right?
I think we just go with the car.
I think it might be this one. Let me rip you. Found in Shamspeare's room. They're the same thing.
Take that!
They're the same thing. Yeah, okay. I believe this card reveals the answer.
Good lord! Miss Green's card, you mean?
Card. That's right, my lord. It reads, I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on the 17th. Don't tell anybody else about this letter or the meeting. It is a matter of utmost importance. Mr. Shamspeare, your actions on the afternoon of Miss Green's stabbing are exactly as described in this note. Personally, I find it hard to believe that's a coincidence. Don't you, Mr. Shamspeare? Well...
Excuse me. Can I say something?
Yes, Miss Green.
That card was delivered to me. It doesn't have anything to do with this odd man, does it?
Well, you think so, yes, but it's hard to believe it's merely...
My lord, may I? May you what, Miss Green? I would like to make something very clear about that card. Very well, then. You may amend your testimony to include details about the peculiar note.
This note was delivered to me at my address. It's nothing to do with the odd man next to me here.
Hold it!
A little unnecessary that we couldn't just immediately present the other slice of it, but that's okay. I think you said you received it the day before the incident, didn't you?
Yes, that's right. There appears to be no indication of the sender's name or address on the envelope. It was in my letterbox, and that's all I know, I'm afraid. I've no idea who sent it. I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Who is this Duncan Ross, please? A friend of mine. He attended the same art school as I do. He passed away in a tragic accident a month ago now, though I wasn't sure of what to make of that note, to be honest, but in the end I decided to go.
So you found out what the information was? No, I got stabbed.
Of course I didn't. You're not thinking straight. Whilst on her way there, she was stabbed in the back. As my learned friend hopefully remembers.
Yes, of course. She never made it to the meeting. This note was delivered to me at my address. It's nothing to do with the odd man next to me. That's interesting. You're very interesting. That's very fascinating. The day before the incident, exactly 1 week ago now, this note was delivered to your address. And upon carrying out the instructions in the note, you found yourself in hospital.
Yes, I did. It's terrible. Everything that's happened to me.
Yes. It is terrible. If it's all true, that is.
What do you mean?
Miss Green, have a look at this, please. It's the torn off end of an envelope.
Oh, is it?
And it so happens that it fits together perfectly with the envelope of the note you received.
What? Where did you find that?
You're gonna love this. All of you, this is gonna be, everyone, you ready for this one?
Uh-huh.
In Mr. Shamspeare's room.
Fuck.
In my room? Mr. Shamspeare, do you perhaps remember this note from somewhere? Well... Your actions that afternoon follow the instructions in the note to the letter. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on the 17th. And so that's exactly where you went. Let me ask you again, Mr. Shamspeare. You already knew about this note, didn't you? And you, Miss Green.
I do.
As this torn off end of the envelope proves, the note was originally in Mr. Shamspeare's room. So how is it that it came to be in your possession?
I don't have the first idea. I'm just a fledgling artist, after all.
Don't give me that shit. There's only one explanation. You broke into Mr. Shamspeare's room and stole it. Yeah. You did what? Sorry. You did what? Sorry. Thou hast what? You broke. I mean, thou were in my room. What on earth do you want with me?
You stole.
You stole dizzy lifting drink! What the fuck's going on?
It would seem
This shit's getting awesome.
that both witnesses need to testify again.
Ah!
Miss Green. Yes. I was expecting someone to answer. Whilst you have the court's sympathy, I'm sure, for the suffering you have endured in recent events, anyone found to be giving false testimony in a court of law will be duly punished. Please bear that in mind. Yes, I know. Very well then. Witnesses, you will give formal testimony again now. On the subject of this curious anomaly regarding the note Miss Green claims to have received.
This is a pretty special situation right now.
Yeah.
I really appreciate what's happening here.
Yes, this is good.
Guy who realized he was not like obviously bastard motherfucker on the right here.
Yeah.
He's trying to take advantage of the fact that Soseki would get arrested for this. However, he's just riding the wave.
I mean,
he was in fact accidentally poisoned, and the reason he didn't die was because probably most of it evaporated.
Yeah, because it'd have been days.
It had been days.
Yeah. Like, as far as he's aware, Soseki probably did poison him.
It might have just been Soseki, yeah.
I mean, like, because he got poisoned. Soseki was the only person he saw that day. He's like, shit, Soseki poisoned me, and like, he's like, fuck, he must have found. Like, he's probably thinking he probably found out I was trying to kill him, right?
Yeah.
Little does he know, Olive poisoned him, but he doesn't even know who she is, right?
Yeah. And she's sitting over here. I don't even think she knows about the whole why she was even brought in here. Maybe she did say why. She's probably pretty keen to what's going on here.
No, she knows what's going on.
Yeah.
This is the guy who killed her boyfriend. She tried to kill him. She's been brought into court on accusations of poisoning him.
Forget the love triangle. We got murder triangle.
Yeah,
that's a good one.
And Soseki tried to murder her. He stabbed her in the back.
his cursed his clown world, his cursed world, his evil clown world. All right, murder triangle. That's a good one. I might rename the stream that. The anomaly of the note. I do remember now. 'Twas a week ago, peradventure, that note was delivered unto me. On the day writ therein, I did tarry a long hour at the Slug and Salad, yet nobody came. Thereafter, on the evening I shared the company of the Japanese fellow. I did see the note had vanished.
I don't know what you mean. You think I snuck into this man's room, do you? Why would I? I can point out the villain here. And as for the torn off piece of the envelope, I don't know anything about it.
Clearly not. I like how short that was.
Yeah.
Actually, that was still probably 4 at least.
You now claim to have received this letter. To you, Mr. Shamspeare.
Faith, 'tis so, my lord. And I would swear to have set it upon the table in my humble lodgings. Yet, 'tis clear to me now that since I returned from the tavern that night, I have not laid eyes upon it.
Well, that being the case, young lady, it would appear that your testimony was... lie? Is that what you think? How unfair of you to think I'm the one lying. I beg your pardon!
Innocent, I'm sorry.
I'm a fledgling artist, as I said. Fledgling artists don't lie. That note was delivered to me at my address. Besides, we all know who the liar around here is.
If that's true, Miss Green, how do you explain the facts? This part of the envelope was, without question, found in Mr. Shamspeare's room.
I don't see why I should explain.
You're giving testimony. Sorry?
Fledgling artist. My job here is just to say what happened. That's all. It's your job to give the explanations and the proofs. You, the fledgling lawyer.
Fledgling will do his best.
Evidently, my learned friend's cross-examination is our only hope of learning the truth. Well, counsel.
I'm ready, my lord.
Very well then. The defense will now proceed with the cross-examination of the witnesses.
Miss Green clearly did break into Mr. Shamspeare's room. There can be no question of that. And that's how she acquired the note. Yes, two facts that are starting to lead me to a possible explanation for all this. And it's not a pretty one. He looks so bald in that cut-in. The anomaly of the note. Oh, it was still 5. This guy just spoke like 4 times in a row. I do remember now. 'Twas a week ago, pre-adventure, that note was delivered unto me.
Hold it!
And can you shed any light on the contents of the note at all? Nay, sire. 'Tis as strange to me as a foreign tongue. Even with a knowledge of literature as great as mine own, verily, 'tis impenetrable. But Mr. Duncan Ross had lodgings in the same household as you. In effect, he was your neighbor. So surely you knew him, didn't you?
Alas, poor Duncan. I knew him.
Alack, if the choice is betwixt I knew him and I knew him not, then 'tis with foreboding that I be forced to declare we were by some small measure acquainted. Despite your claims, though, you followed the note's instructions and went to the Slug and Salad. Presumably, that was nothing to do with your knowledge of literature. Marry, naught will have the better of me, sire, save for the lure of curiosity. So 'tis true, I was compelled by mine own eager heart to betake myself to the tavern. Yet in the end, my curiosity was not satiated. Oh, woe is me! On the day writ therein, I did tarry a long hour at the Slug and Salad, yet nobody came.
Hold it!
So even after waiting for an hour, nobody appeared. Well, yes, sire. 'Tis as thou sayest. Really? You paused for a moment before you answered. In truth, when thou asked whether nobody appeared, I did suddenly recall.
Really? Do you mean to tell the court that somebody did appear after all?
I was not alone that night at the Slug and Salad, my lord. 'Tis returning to me now. Oh no. Oh no. Don't fucking tell me Rolly and what's-her-name walked in and this is where they were going. I did treat my lips to almost clear water, and mine innards to a premium crust of bread. And all around me danced a great many companions. What do you mean? Flies, sire! Flies! Beelzebub
Lord.
from SMT5 showed up. In the name of Beelzebub, you called! What were they? They took my spells from me, Shamspeare! They took my good spells from me! And then you know what they made me do after that? That
put you on
damn
the-
cockvein put me in a party with women!
Sorry about the Beelzebub.
That's rough, buddy. Why? Why would they do that? As flies are just everywhere. In the name of Beelzebub, what were they? Fairies, perchance, from a midsummer night's dream, come to taunt me. I think they were just flies. can't help thinking that the flies ought to choose something more wholesome to buzz around. Beelzebuzz. Is that wrong of me? Thereafter, on the evening I shared the company of the Japanese fellow, I did see the note had vanished.
Hold it!
When exactly did you notice it had gone missing? Such idle thoughts ne'er occupy my mind. I am busied with greater ideas.
In other words, you didn't notice.
Several days passed between our outing to the tavern and Mr. Natsume's visit to your room.
Yes, it would appear that the note disappeared some time in that interval.
Such idle thoughts ne'er occupy my mind. I am busied with greater ideas.
And yet, during that time, Miss Green was comatose in hospital, was she not? Clearly then, she could not have been stealing things from Mr. Shamspeare's room. Yes. Yes, of course. It's all some sort of misunderstanding, isn't it, Mr. Prosecutor, sir? You have so far failed to give a satisfactory explanation as to how you came by the note. I'm not here to advocate for your defense, madam. I won't tolerate inconsistencies in your story. You would do well to remember that. Oh, dearie me.
What's Lord Van Zeek's getting at? I don't know what you mean. You think I snuck into this man's room, do you? Why would I?
Yeah.
Hold it!
Yeah, I do think that, and I do know why. It seems that this note was actually delivered to Mr. Shamspeare about 1 week ago.
Does it?
But for some reason, it ended up in your possession. I can't think of any way that could have happened except for you breaking into Mr. Shamspeare's lodgings.
Objection!
But for what reason would the witness have done that?
Motive? Who cares?
Said anything about motive?
Said anything about motive?
Bet
Bitch, you
could-
killing?
Yeah, but you killing.
Killing?
I won't deny that Miss Green's possession of the note would appear to defy logic. However, until and unless her involvement in this case can be proven in some other way, any further pursuit of this note is meaningless.
Miss Green could have only come in possession of the note by stealing it from Mr. Shamspeare's room. And yet, there's no obvious reason why she would have done such a thing. What if there was some other reason she broke into his lodgings, though? Yes,
Revenge.
we should pursue that idea, Mr. Naruhodo. We're close now. I can feel it. We're so close to a breakthrough. I can point out the villain here. And as for that torn off piece of the envelope, I don't know nothing. So you don't want to tell the court the truth about the letter, is that it? That's right.
I'm a fledgling artist, remember? Artists are nearly always introverted characters.
Introverted, fie! This fledgling doth readily cast aspersions about my nature. Yet, I am an angel, a seraph. birds do harmonize, fuck me, with my song. The wind doth frolic on my wing. Oh, pity, wherefore dost thou accuse one so pure of heart, ample woman?
Pure of heart? I don't think so. And a fledgling like me can say you're just a failure.
Oh, yeah! Tragedy! Thou shalt not know the true heart of an artist until thine instructions hereafter by death. Oh, the days. Oh, the years. Alas, to enlighten thee, thou must wait so long and in vain. Mr. Naruhodo, interject with some clever remark. This is your chance to shine. I'm no Shakespearean actor, Miss Susato. No, as far as I can tell. The only thing that's going to resolve this argument is evidence. Yes! It's clear that Miss Green did in fact break into Mr. Shamspeare's room, isn't it? And that's where she found this letter. Yes. Two more or less foregone conclusions that lead me to one terrifying conclusion. Terrifying? Yes, I'm afraid to say that the outcome of this cross-examination may well change how we look at this case completely. Alright. Note was delivered unto me. On the day writ therein, I did tarry a long hour at the Slug and Salad, yet nobody came. Thereafter, on the evening I shared the company of the Japanese fellow, I did see the note had vanished. I don't know what you mean. You think I snuck into this man's room, do you? Why would I? I think it's time for the romantic link. I don't know if this will work though, but I think we start here.
Yeah.
Okay. Then I'm not quite sure. All right.
It might be, God, it might be the poison. It might be we accuse her of poisoning into the Duncan connection.
Fair.
Why are you
I'm in there to poison him.
Poison him.
Yeah, I look at that and like, why are you in there? To get revenge for this guy.
Yeah, I was largely with you on that, but...
Okay. I didn't have a lot of faith in that either, so... But now we make a save state. Cause, you know... Let me examine evidence first before we do anything, just in case there's something we have to look at. I don't think there is. It's the photo or the poison. There's nothing else to it. It's the photo or the poison.
Objection.
Yeah, we had nothing else. Yesterday at the hospital, we saw you with this bottle. And though the contents spilt during the course of our meeting, a small quantity remained. According to the defense's independent analysis, Mr. Sholmes' chemistry set, the liquid that was still in the bottle was undefined. Or, well, I'm sorry, was identified as strychnine.
What? Strychnine? The very same poison that afflicted Mr. Shamspeare.
Miss Green, you broke into this man's lodgings for one reason and one reason alone. To cover the end of the pipe that feeds the gas lamps in Mr. Shamspeare's room with poison.
Can this be?
You broke into my room to... It may seem incredible to the court, but from the remaining clues, there is only one logical conclusion that we can reach. person who attempted to take Mr. Shamspeare's life with poison was you, Miss Olive Green.
Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear me!
Holy shit.
Order! Order! Counsel, are you seriously suggesting this woman put poison on the end of the gas pipe with intent to kill?
Why do you think I called her in here? You all not remember that?
Oh shit, that's why I called
I indicted this woman of murder. Yes, my lord. There's no other way to explain the facts.
But if Miss Green did indeed set this odious trap 6 days ago, the victim had put his mouth to the pipe that very evening as expected. The attempted murder would have happened 6 days ago, surely.
Well, oh, that's a very good point.
Perhaps not, my lord. I beg your pardon. There was a significant police presence in the area that evening, on account of the incident on Briar Road. Local residents were being interviewed throughout the night as part of the ongoing inquiry.
Never seen that word.
A circumspect criminal would likely have chosen not to carry out any wrongdoings at the time.
What does having a foreskin or not have anything to do with this, Van Zeeks? Lord Van Zeeks! And of course, the following morning, there was more activity at Mr. Shamspeare's address. More activity? Yes! You mean his fellow lodger, Mr. Natsume, being arrested on suspicion of murder? That's right. And as the defense has already proposed, Mr. Shamspeare was meddling with the gas in the pipe for a very sinister reason himself. To cause the gas stove in Mr. Natsume's room to go out, thereby asphyxiating the occupant. But once Mr. Natsume had been arrested, his room was under constant surveillance by the police. In the circumstances, Mr. Shamspeare had no reason to blow air into the gas pipe.
His intended victim being in a prison cell, with the need to tamper with the gas removed, the poison on the pipe lay dormant.
And then 3 days ago now, the situation changed again. Right! Mr. Natsume's trial, which took place here at the Old Bailey, came to an end!
The trial in which the man stood accused of stabbing Miss Green in the back, but was duly acquitted.
That resulted in Mr. Natsume returning to his lodgings for the first time in 2 days. And that very night, his gas stove mysteriously went out, and Mr. Shamspeare was mysteriously poisoned. In conclusion, the poison that was present on the mouth of the gas pipe had been put there in the victim's room some 4 days earlier. Mary! With that new understanding, it becomes clear that this letter was all part of the plan.
Plan.
The court will recall that the note gave instructions to visit the Slug and Salad at 5 o'clock, and that the recipient should tell nobody else. The reason for those instructions are now clear.
To ensure that the lodger would not be at home at the stated time.
To make sure I wasn't home! Exactly. While you were out, Miss Green could safely slip into your room, knowing that she wouldn't be disturbed. You mean to say that letter was written by Miss Green? Yes. And in order to cover her tracks, she took it away with her when she left. Just after she smeared poison over the mouth of the gas pipe in your room. She's been on a box the whole time.
Order! Order! What do you have to say for yourself, witness?
I didn't do it. Just who are you? Why did you try to kill me? Miss Green's motive should be obvious. Right, so this is cool. So we're gonna deal with her, but then we're gonna swerve into. Well, actually, I was trying to kill myself, haha, or something, right? To make it so that we have to prove, because we still haven't used this stuff, and I'm curious how we're gonna get there.
So we just have to prove two things still. One, why she wanted to murder him,
Yep.
being he killed Duncan, and
Yeah.
two, why he wanted to murder Duncan, that being.
Yeah.
So there's basically only two things.
Yeah, this is gonna wrap. Yeah, you're right. This is gonna wrap up pretty fast here, and then it'll bring it all together. Okay. It's all tied up with someone whose name we've heard several times already during the course of this trial.
So, that's what's behind all this. You will share your apparent understanding with the court. Please, counsel. Which person is behind this woman's motive for the attack on the victim's life?
Take that!
Duncan Ross.
That's right. Before the defendant, Mr. Natsume, took up residence in the lodgings at Mr. Garadeb's, somebody else was renting the room. Mr. Duncan Ross.
I knew I'd heard the name somewhere else. It was all over the papers a month ago, when the man died in strange circumstances at the haunted lodgings. That does ring a vague... Oh! Of course! Yes, I remember now. The young man they claimed was strangled by the convict's curse or some such.
Sadly, my lord, it wasn't a curse of any kind. Nor was it an accident. The man died as a result of Mr. Shamspeare blowing into the gas pipe and causing gas to leak into the room. It was murder. Plain and simple. Ah!
Well, what do you know? World. So unfair. Curses. Curious deaths. That's all people care about. It's an interesting story. I want to know it. It doesn't cross their minds that real people are involved. Once they're bored, 1 month later, the story's lost its appeal. Everyone's forgotten it. Forgotten him.
You mean you? Duncan was... Mr. Ross was Miss Green's fiancé. Fiancé? You may not have known until now who Miss Green really is, Mr. Shamspeare. But she's known exactly who you are all along. Because you're her sworn enemy. The murderer who took the life of the man she was to marry! Marry?!
That's pretty funny.
Miss Green, is it not the case that in order to exact revenge On Mr. Shamspeare, you smeared poison over the end of the gas pipe.
This is all quite extraordinary. Am I correct in my understanding that you now accuse both parties, Counsel?
Hell yeah.
Each on different counts of murder.
Yes, my lord. That's correct.
Objection!
Inhaling so deeply, it appears that my fledgling learned friend has taken in a lungful of dubious gas that's causing his judgment to be clouded.
What?
Why would Mr. Shamspeare have wanted to kill these lodgers, as you say? You have completely failed to provide a motive to substantiate your accusation against the man.
Yes! Yes! That's right! Mr. Reaper, my liege! I have been slighted. 'Tis lies! All lies! I deny every utterance!
And you'll have to forgive me, Mr. Naruhodo, sir. But I don't intend to admit to anything, either.
Screen.
I'm sure you'll think I'm being very rude, but I'm not going to be sent to the gallows for the likes of this scoundrel.
Objection!
But you broke into the man's room. If you didn't do it to smear poison on the pipe, what was your reason?
I thought I'd have a look around. That's all.
Sorry?
You're right. I suspected him. So I thought perhaps I might find some evidence of something in his room. Evidence that it was him who took Duncan's life.
Oh, vileness! Oh, villainy! Oh, tyranny! Oh, rotundity of woman! But in any case, whence'er I leave my room, I do turn the key in the lock!
That whole place is falling apart. The locks on the doors are no different. Right, so I guess she broke the door.
No, we know Soseki broke the door, or
okay,
Gregson broke the door. Someone kicked it down.
Yeah, right. And Duncan showed me once how to unlock the door with some terps and a piece of wire.
The fuck's a terp?
I found
Who terpin'?
Who's fuck's terp?
Real terp hours. Oh, awfulness! Oh, artfulness! Oh, tyranny! Oh, profanity of woman! Prating knave!
Consider your trespassing on some future occasion. But for now, tell the court what you found, what evidence your search revealed. Well, I spotted the note that I'd sent him lying on the floor. When I went to pick it up, I noticed something. One of the floorboards was loose, and underneath it, I discovered a secret hiding place.
Eh? Yeah, we also found that. You what? That's it, I'm calling Beelzebub. Finally, my revenge! Ah! Inside, we found a newspaper cutting, a photograph, and an empty tin box. Well, you see, with Beelzebub's ice spells, he taught him how to do the the coin trick.
Fucking taught him how to do the coin trick, man. Fuck. Fuck.
Fuck, it's genius. Why didn't I think of that?
Yes, well, the thing is, when I found it, the box wasn't empty.
The box!
Oh my god.
Forgot about the box!
Box.
Right, inside we found newspaper cutting, a photograph, and an empty tin box. When I found it, the thing wasn't empty. What? There was something in it?
Yes.
Is it the idol? The
The
key.
key.
This rather nice key.
The key. What? What are you doing with that? What the fuck? He just noticed. Every ounce of color is drained from his face. Give it here. Give it to me now. It's mine. I inherited it.
What is that? Witness! What did you say? You inherited it.
No, I
inherited it.
inherited it. Inherited. Inherited. What's all this about? He inherited the key?
It was obviously important to you, since you'd gone to such lengths to hide it. So I took it. I don't know what it's for, but you took something precious from me. So I took something precious from you. So, what if it means you can't open something now? I don't care.
Give it back this minute! Give it to me! Yo, chill.
Calm yourself, witness.
Fuck you! So Mr. Shamspeare has tried. Shamspeare has tried, and in one case succeeded, to take the life of 2 lodgers now. Yes. His motive for doing so is the key to everything that's happened. It's true that there appears to be no motive to support the accusation against Mr. Shamspeare at first. But considering everything we now know, I think there is actually something that could explain it.
What?
I need to recall every piece of evidence at our disposal. Everything we've seen and heard. Because I'm sure that I just caught a glimpse of the link that runs through all these events.
In that case, counsel, I must demand that you present evidence to the court in support of your claim. What is it that you say can explain the motivation for Mr. Shamspeare's alleged crimes? Yeah, it's that.
Got nothing else. And it makes sense.
Buried fucking treasure.
That's an official police report, is it not? The Selden file. How did you get hold of that?
Selden! The now sadly deceased Mr. Ross and the defendant Mr. Natsume have only one thing linking them. The fact that they had lodgings in the same room.
Well, yes. We know this, certainly. A room that was formerly occupied by Selden. Until, that is, he was arrested by Scotland Yard for his involvement in multiple burglaries. I see.
And it so happens that the convict Selden left behind one very substantial mystery when he died.
The sum 1,000 pounds worth of loot that he stole.
Right, pounds. How many threepennies is that?
Oh my god. Okay, a threepenny is 3 pennies. There's 16 pennies in a... No, there's 6 pennies in a sixpence. And then there's 4 sixpences in a crown, and 2 crowns in a pound. 1,000 pounds is 2,000 crowns, and 2,000 crowns is 8,000 sixpence. So it's 16,000 threepennies?
I'm just assuming you're right.
Maybe?
The thought process was sound, so hey, fuck it. Yeah, you've convinced us. It's all fake anyway.
80 threepennies on Lord.
Oh, dear. Yeah, like 10 babu caps. How many burgers? Some 1,000 pounds worth of loot that he stole.
Which as yet remains to be found.
Oh, yes, of course. It's coming back to me now. It's written in his file here.
1,000 pounds lost en route to hell. That was how the papers summed it up.
Yeah, enough for a smack barn and Pewet? Wow.
Man,
Oh, no wonder he killed for it. And it seems that one particular fellow inmate was with the convict in his final moments. It's not hard to imagine Selden entrusting that inmate with his most closely guarded secret. The location of the stolen loot. And perhaps a key to unlock whatever container the valuables were in. Ah! I like that pose. I stand around in my room with a stick like that. Wearing a wig and everything.
You mean this key is?
Not reciting Shakespeare, but Shadow the Hedgehog quotes from Sonic Adventure 2. It's good. It's good. It's good. You all should try it. I'm sorry, I'm getting off track. Mr. Shamspeare. It was you, wasn't it? You were at the capital offender's side when he died, were you not? What are you talking about? 'Tis a false charge, I tell you, a false charge!
The name of the inmate who was with Selden at his death isn't noted in this file. But a simple telegram to the prison where he died would quickly tell us how false the charge really is.
But even if it's true, why would the man be so intent on killing every subsequent occupant of the convict's lodgings?
There's only one explanation for that, my lord. It was in that very room that Selden hid his loot. Dear God.
So,
There's more.
it all comes out.
Yes. And having established that, all of Mr. Shamspeare's subsequent actions start to make perfect sense.
When he was let out of prison following Selden's death, he made immediately for Mr. Garrideb's lodgings in the hope of renting Selden's old room. However, the retired army man was unable to offer him the accommodations of his choice.
Because Selden's old room had already been let to somebody else, Mr. Duncan Ross.
Which is why Mr. Shamspeare subsequently devised his gas-based plot to kill the occupant of the room. And when he was successful, he presumably intended to inquire about switching into the newly vacant room.
However, a certain jittery someone had beaten him to it.
Mr. Suseki Natsume, the defendant in this case, no less.
Why isn't he found guilty yet? What's going on here, guys? So you decided to use the ploy with the gas again, didn't you, Mr. Shamspeare? This time to oust Mr. Natsume. All for one simple and avaricious reason. To get your hands on the 1,000 pounds of loot left behind by the dead convict. You... Looks like I'm gonna snuff it. Looks like they're gonna I'm gonna snuff it. Before they get to stretch my neck. Listen, I want you to have my loot. Anything to stop the coppers getting their mitts on it. It's hidden in the room where I was lodging when they got me. Here, this is the key to it. Take it. Always stay one step ahead, mate. See you in hell, I guess. Shamspeare. Oh. It's mine. What did he just say? It's mine. That loot is mine.
Oh my god.
Nice. Mr. Shamspeare. It's all lies! I don't accept any of it! Why should I? After all, you don't have a shred of evidence! You can't prove I killed that fellow! Forsooth! I'm the victim here, remember? Isn't that right, ladies and gentlemen? If I don't admit to it, there's nothing you can do!
That's where this is going.
You can't arrest me. For the time being, anyway. Verily! You can't arrest the victim, can you? Isn't that right, ladies and gentlemen? I'm so close. I just need a few more hours. I swore to myself that I'd get my hands on it. And I can almost taste it now. Do you really think I'd just give up? There's no question in my mind now. This man's guilty through and through. But he seems so utterly intoxicated by the idea of that loot. I'm afraid that however hard you press him, he'll never admit to what he's done, Mr. Naruhodo. There is a way.
Yep.
Pardon? There's one way I can finish him. No! He's already committed the most heinous crimes to get his hands on that loot. Which means all we need to do is find it first.
Fine plan. Were it not for the fact that the police thoroughly searched the room following the death of Mr. Ross. If it's there at all, it must be very well hidden indeed. Without conclusive evidence, I certainly cannot rule.
If only there was some way we could find the convict's loot quickly.
Make the face.
This is the final piece in this complex puzzle. Come on, turn your head. But I think we might have it in our possession already. You seem to know. Hold on, let me look here.
Yeah, I was just thinking that we were gonna have to get Olive to confess to the fact that she put the poison on the pipe, because then it is like it would be our way of proving that he put his fucking mouth on the pipe, right?
Right. Sure.
That's what I was thinking. But now they're like,
But I
We
think
might
we
already
might
have the
have it in our
treasure.
possession already. Or rather, I think we may well have something that can help us find where the loot is hidden.
yeah, okay.
I am a cat. My lord,
Yes, counsel.
the defense would like to make a proposal about how to find the late convict's hidden loot. I believe we are already in possession of something that could give us a clue as to its whereabouts. Okay, just let it play out. I think he's gonna say the cat. It's our last chance, so it has to be worth a gamble. Besides, we've used the same technique once already, and it definitely paid off then.
Very well then, counsel. Let the court hear your idea. What do you propose we can use in order to locate the hiding place of the deceased convict's hull?
Oh man.
Not this.
This is immediately a good case. Like, forget the rest of it. This case is suddenly good right now. Because I don't fucking know.
Yeah, not this. I don't think.
No.
Yeah.
Just taking a good, quick gander.
I don't see how it could be the meter box. How would it be? How is it going to be the soap?
That's just been there.
Yeah. How is it going to be the soap?
Oh dear God, it was not. It didn't have a check mark on it for a second. The soap has so many checks on it, like in-game programming, that it took a minute to load it in. Dear God, what the fuck? What do you propose we can use in order to locate the hiding place of the deceased victim's hall?
How would it be the gas meter?
You just examine it just in case.
Let's think about it.
You send gas through the walls, dude. Check for the pressure.
Gas to the walls, check the pressure?
That seems insane. That seems ridiculous.
Yeah,
No.
It's like, because it has nothing to do with the gas. We have nothing to suspect that the treasure is in the gas pipes, right? Like, that's not, yeah.
I'm inclined towards this because it's the only thing we haven't used, but that doesn't make sense.
I don't see how it'd be the strychnine. Right, how would it be... How would it be the photo of...
I have no idea.
Mr. Garrett and the young man and Duncan? Like...
Okay. We've used the same technique once already, and it definitely paid off then.
Oh... Is it gonna be the Holmes' skin print is the idea? That, like, the fucking dude's dead. We can't get his, like, DNA or whatever. Maybe it is gonna be this Sholmes' skin print.
It must be.
It must be. Like, it just must be.
What do you propose we can use?
Yeah.
Take that!
Phew.
If I'm not mistaken, those are Mr. Shamspeare's handprints on the wall of his lodgings.
That's right, my lord. Exposed as a result of the defense's independent investigation of the scene. Based on a wonderful new discovery in the field of forensic science by the great detective Mr. Sholmes. A great detective? Is that some kind of joke? Do you really think I'm going to be daunted by a man with such a ridiculous title?
I should think the great bard ought to recognize such a title when he hears one. Mr. Shamspeare.
What up, players?
Perhaps we should compete for the honor of most ridiculous title.
Ah! 'Tis Herlock Sholmes himself!
What are you doing here, great detective? Your usual haunts are the filthy back streets of the capital, are they not? Ah, Mr. Reaper! It's been too long! And I see your complexion has worsened since last we met.
Well, you see, I find it quite simple. Mr. Sholmes! He does know Lord Van Zeeks, then. Well enough to say something like that, in any case.
Mr. Sholmes. Though you may be heralded as a great detective by the population at large, that does not give you the right to come and go in my courtroom as you see fit.
If I may, my lord, Mr. Sholmes' newly developed scientific method has helped us to uncover vital clues in this case already.
Clues, you say? I call them skin prints, my lord. My method identifies every location touched by an individual under scrutiny. It's the method by which we were able to ascertain this gentleman's gas pipe activities. You need only a small sample of something the individual has previously touched to make an indicator solution. In your case, sir, I used the teacup you had been holding. Elementary. So now, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes?
It's am I to use as a sample to make the indicator solution this time?
Thank you for offering to help, Mr. Sholmes. When the convict was arrested, he was living in what is now Soseki-san's room. We need a sample to help locate Selden's loot that's hidden in his old room. What form will the sample take?
I want to say it's like the key, so maybe it's present person.
Olive. That's what I was
Olive.
thinking.
Yeah.
I think that's pretty reasonable.
Because it's like we don't have the key in evidence.
No,
so
like what has he touched? Nothing.
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 No, it's
That's person. Present a person.
Yeah. Kind of awkward because it's like we're not presenting the person, we're presenting the key.
Unless it's the fact that Selden had the gay sex with Shamspeare here
Oh, okay, that's
in
true,
prison.
that's true.
Swab his ass.
Point.
Woo- We will need something of Selden's in order to create the indicator solution to find his loot. And something the convict owned happens to be in the possession of somebody listed in the courtroom.
Upon my word, Mr. Naruhodo, your powers of reasoning appear to be on the up. So, which particular person do you have in mind? From whom can we obtain a possession of the late convict, Selden, to create the indicator solution?
Take that!
Olive. Olive Green. Miss Green.
Me? Oh, what do you want with me?
The key around your neck, if you please.
Sorry.
That key belonged to Selden. There will be remnants of secretion from the man's skin on the surface that we can use.
Very true.
That is the sample we need. It's a little far-fetched, but hey, I'll buy it, right?
Yeah, whatever. It's Sholmes shit.
It's Shamspeare, yeah. It's fine. Using it, we can create the indicator solution required for Mr. Sholmes' skin print seeker. And find out exactly what Selden touched in the room that he used to rent. Ah!
Sir Shamspeare, as one great to another, I assure you, if the late convict's haul is hidden somewhere in his former lodgings, I shall uncover it in no more than 30 minutes.
So, Mr. Shamspeare, the truth is well within our grasp now, and as such, you will never get your hands on Selden's stolen wealth.
In that case, I'll gladly let Mr. Sholmes have this key.
No! Give the key to me! The detective shan't have it! Bailiff. It's over, Mr. Shamspeare. No! No! You're out of options now. There's only one thing left for you to do. Admit your guilt! Whoa. Whoa! Oh, shameful spear! Despair! Be thy name! Oh! How do you do that? How do you do that?
Pretty cool.
How do you do that? We've done it. I never intended to kill the man. I just wanted to drive him out of the room. That's all. Don't care. You'd have time to find the convict's haul of stolen goods.
Yet after you'd killed the young man, you still didn't move into the room.
I asked the landlord, of course. I pleaded with him, but he refused. Why? I was there 3 months behind with the rent, for one thing. Mr. Gyaradev really has had to put up with a lot. And he had the gas repair work done immediately afterwards, putting the room out of action for a while. And then this Japanese man swooped in at just the right moment to sign the new lease. Poor Mr. Natsume. What unfortunate timing. And 5 days ago, after the incident on Briar Road when the Japanese fellow got himself arrested, I thought I'd finally have my chance. But it wasn't to be.
No. The scene was sealed off and guarded by the police night and day.
And if I remember rightly, Mr. Sholmes spent the whole day in there reading books. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Shakespeare books at that.
Yeah, that's oh my fucking god.
I couldn't even enter the room, let alone search for the loot. Which is why on the day Mr. Natsume was acquitted and returned to his room, you once again tried your trick of blowing air into the gas pipe that feeds the stove in his room.
Unbeknownst to you, however, that action would lead you into a deadly trap. William Shamspeare. How does it go? Be or not to be? That is the question.
B.
From Shakespeare's Hamlet, Act 3, Scene 1. Well, let me tell you, in your case, it's not to be. That is the answer. You deserve to die for what you've done.
So are we killing the Japanese fellow or not? I haven't been paying attention.
Fuck. At first, I really did think it was just a terrible accident. I'll never forget our conversation the night before Duncan died.
The gas supply in my new lodgings are a complete disaster, you know, Olive. The
gas supply?
Yes. The stove always seems to go out in the middle of the night for some reason.
That's no joke.
They say it's the convict's curse.
Oh, Duncan, please, don't stay there. I don't care how cheap it is.
Alright then. If it's that important to you, I'll start looking for a new place.
There's spare rooms at my house. Why don't you leave that horrible room tonight?
No, I better not. We said we'd wait until we graduated before we told our parents, remember?
That was the last time we ever spoke. That very night, he fell victim to the gas. If only I'd known it was going to happen. I'd have insisted he'd left that horrible room that instant. But instead, all I've been left with is bitter regret. I stopped going to school. Something kept drawing me back to the house on Briar Road. I saw a stooped Eastern-looking man with a mustache coming out of the house one day when I was there. He walked up the road to Grubb's Grubbery for some food, so I followed him and sat myself down next to him. He had some watery-looking soup and started to pick a quarrel with the publican.
With the Republican.
Yes.
That place is cursed, I tell you. Cursed! The ghost of that convict who used to live in there is trying to suffocate me! I wake up in the middle of the night, freezing to death because the gas stove is out. The room is full of gas and I can hardly breathe. But the pipes have been checked. No problem there. It's like I'm the problem. That's what they're thinking.
But how could that be? Duncan was gone, and now this man had almost suffered the same fate. Could it really be a curse? Then I remembered.
A rumor I'd heard about how the gas companies go around investigating the gas installations. A rumor? Ah, you mean... Yes. Everybody's heard the stories, it seems, about how they go around checking the pipes. How anything connected to the gas can be extinguished by blowing air into the pipework. That's when it started. A little flicker of doubt in the back of my mind that just wouldn't go away. Was it really an accident, though? So I'd had the idea. It wouldn't leave me alone. It plagued me day and night. So I bought this. At one of the black markets in the East End.
A black market?
I'd never been. I just heard people talk about them. And you really can buy anything you can think of there. Some ways, being able to get my hands on this so easily made me even more determined. I had to find out one way or another. Was Duncan's death an accident? Or was it murder? And your chosen method for establishing the truth was simple, but highly effective. Smear poison on the gas pipe you suspected the man of tampering with. And wait.
Yeah. If Mr. Shamspeare was innocent, nothing would come of what you've done.
Yeah, he's not gonna put his mouth on the pipe.
But if he was guilty, he would pay for his crimes dearly.
I found out the name of the man I suspected. William Shamspeare. And then I wrote him this little note. I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on the 17th. Don't tell anybody else about this letter or the meeting. It is a matter of utmost importance. If he'd done it, I knew that would worry him enough so he'd be sure to go. So I waited to see if it worked. And of course, Mr. Shamspeare followed the instructions to the letter. I worked out where the gas pipe was straight away. So I smeared a good amount of the poison I'd brought all around the mouth of the pipe. All the time praying that the devil's work wouldn't be done. That it was all just some wild fantasy. Actually, no.
You were hoping that guy fucking died.
All the time praying the devil's
Yeah.
work would be done. That the culprit would get his just deserts.
Like, pretty reasonable. Like, if he didn't do it, he won't be harmed. But it's like, yeah, and then the Altamont gas guys come in to test some shit, and then they die instead. And it's like, ooh.
Yeah. 3 days ago, when you were first stood in the dock before me, this whole affair seemed relatively straightforward.
Yes, my lord.
I certainly never imagined the depths of depravity that we should subsequently find lurking behind the scenes. It has been a long road, my Nipponese friend.
Yes.
And one I certainly didn't envision walking with you.
He said envisage.
Yeah, I know.
What an asshole. It's like they're fucking they're mixing you up. It's like, oh, you think that's the right word? Nah, bitch. Didn't envisage walking with you.
Nevertheless, together we have reached the light at the end of the tunnel, as it were.
So, I'm guessing the loot here is going to be we can't fucking talk about this shit.
Yeah, the international issue is gonna be the money, yeah. It's gonna be some fucking royal treasure or something.
Phonoglyph.
Yes, my lord. You will henceforth be stripped of your freedom. As punishment for the attempted murder of William Shamspeare. Yes, I know. And you, Mr. Shamspeare, you'll be tried for the murder of Duncan Ross in cold blood. And the subsequent attempted murder of Mr. Soseki Natsume here present. Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes.
Yesterday, at the hospital, when you and your friends stopped me from
ending your life by drinking what was left in the poison bottle.
I wasn't myself. I can't really remember what was going through my mind. To be, or not to be, I suppose. A question that's so hard to answer, seems.
Well, personally, I'm glad of your being here, Miss Green.
Oh.
And I'd like to believe that it's a blessing Mr. Shamspeare didn't die when he ingested the poison. For your sake, at the very least. It's back. The spark in her eye.
I choose life, not death. And now you've made the truth come out at last. Really, I can't thank you enough.
Oh, Miss Green.
Mr. Soseki Natsume.
Yes, my lord.
The court declares that you are exonerated from all blame in this matter. Accordingly, I would call upon the ladies and gentlemen of the jury to present a verdict of not guilty.
Okay.
In that case, I hereby declare the defendant not guilty.
That's okay, I guess. Oh, we get to see fireworks then. Do they do the fireworks even if they're guilty?
Is adjourned. And yes, we have twice as many fireworks if they're guilty.
Yes! At last! Divine justice duly done!
Divine justice? My dear fellow, there is no God. If there
Yeah,
were
next
any
next
divine-
line. No, what did he say? There were
If there
any
were any
divine
divine
justice
justice in this world, you would shave that mustache.
No! This has nothing to do with my mustache! Some say that a luxuriant mustache is a sign of physical prowess, Mr. Sholmes. Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire! Once again! You've saved me from doom! I'm very happy to have been able to help, Mr. Natsume. Congratulations on your acquittal. You're second in almost as many days. Fuck! I was first acquainted with you and gained affection for English literature while in our great homeland empire. And then, by a twist of fate, I was brought to the land that bore the fruit of that literature. Only, the city of bricks and mortar became my prison. Try as I might, I never found my feet here. In the end, I confined myself to my room and lived life through friendly old books. You've had such a difficult time, haven't you?
Go now. I dragged you out of that dark and dingy room of yours. Did I not?
You did. And I've seen more of life in this week than all my years to date. And for the first time, I feel I've begun to see the true face of the English that's so far been hiding from me behind the wall of fog. It's atrocious! I hate it even more!
My dear fellow, there's nothing special about the true face of the English, as you put it. Wheresoever one goes in the world, humans are human.
Except me.
There are a few genuine differences.
Yes. I think you're right. I finally started to see that, and I've come to understand something. I've worked out why I was attracted to English literature in the first place. It made me see that whatever our nationality, we humans all have the same hopes and fears. We're all just doing our best to live. Well said. I've come to feel the same way. But fuck this place! I've made a decision too. I'm going to cut short my study tour here and return to Japan. What? Just when we'd become friends here in England. Oh, what a terrible shame. Oh, I know. That does tug at my heartstrings, it really does. But I've decided I'd like to take everything I've learned here in Britain and write something of my own. A novel of sorts, I suppose. Oh, I never noticed until we got this angle that he's like, got this underbite here. His bottom lip's like sticking out.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, my. So you'll be creating your own literature, Mr. Natsume. How wonderful. Oh, well, no, I mean, I won't presume to call it literature.
Oh, why not? When that is precisely the definition. Mr. Mustache.
I suppose you're right. Yes. It will, in a way, be literature. But as of now, all I know is that I'd like to try my hand at writing. I have no delusions of grandeur. I'm a cat, not a Junibio. I, for one, would love to read your work.
Well, all things considered, it may be for the best. After all, you have once again emerged victorious. From a battle with the Reaper.
Oh. That's very true. And there is no salvation for a person in the dock when the Reaper is the prosecutor.
The desire to return post-haste to the perceived safety of your homeland is what I quite understand.
Goodness, yes! Faced with such a terrifying prospect, nobody would consider that cowardly, I'm quite sure. That's it. I'm killing myself. But that's not why I'm leaving. I mean it. That's the end of the game then. Roll credits.
A good game. Just 2 solid cases.
Yeah, not bad. Still not the best, but... And that was the case. And that's what happened. And that was the case that we found ourselves embroiled in 6 months ago now. So Seki-san did indeed return to Japan and submitted a report about both cases to the government. It was on reading that report that Professor Mikotoba was prompted to visit the scholar. And barely any time later, Susato-san was given the news that she must return to Japan as well. On the back of a telegram stating falsely that her father had fallen gravely ill. The only possible explanation that comes to mind is what happened after the trial on the following day. The day that we uncovered the loot hidden by the now deceased convict in his former lodgings.
Yeah, so it's like you guessed, it's gonna be the loot.
Okay, I was hoping, I was thinking this might go into the next case somehow, but no, okay. Alright, let's see it. Oh, well done, Mr. Sholmes. How simply marvelous of you. To uncover the secret hiding place in just one day.
30 minutes, yeah.
Wasn't it supposed to take 30 minutes?
As I believe I told you, my dear fellows, skin prints are extremely useful in such situations. Wouldn't you agree, Gregson?
Gregsy's been happily munching in agreement this whole time, you know, Hurley. Happily. I think perhaps humorlessly might be closer to the truth.
So, it transpires the man fashioned a hiding place in the ceiling.
What's in it? What exactly is the loot?
Let us look then, if you're ready. Let's examine the late burglar's haul.
What the? What is that?
Fucking crazy. There's a bedazzled dog collar?
Yo, the Hound of Baskerville?
The Hound of Baskerville?
Gotta be on it, maybe.
Yeah.
It's got blood on it.
The Queen's dog or some shit? Like, huh.
Wow. It's a fucking collar.
It's a fucking collar.
It looks to be some sort of neckband or collar. A collar?
Oh,
It's huge, though.
this is the speckled band, of course.
Ah, finally.
Finally.
Collar? It's huge, though. And look at all the gemstones set in it. I can see why it was claimed to be worth £1,000. Oh, perhaps I can have it as a belt. Oh, have you noticed on the inside there? There are some dark stains. You don't think they could be blood, do you? I mean, there's quite a lot of it. On second thoughts, perhaps I won't have it as a belt. Then, of course, there's this emblem here. It's a B. A large letter B. And a small crown. What does it signify, do you think? Oh, I hadn't noticed that. I feel as though I've seen that emblem somewhere before, you know? Where could it have been?
That's enough of that, I think.
What's the matter with Mr. Sholmes? All the color is drained from his face.
Well, Inspector, I believe you ought to be taking this, oughtn't you? It could be valuable evidence, after all. It must be kept safely under lock and key.
Yes. Get your grubby hands off that, you lot, and hand it over, now. I've never seen a collar that large before.
Oh my
All those
God.
jewels certainly look to be extremely valuable. That's not what stood out the most to me, at least. I'm sorry, but that's not what stood out to me the most. At least, not once I'd noticed it. Those dark marks on the inside of the collar. Those stains. They really have been... blood? Well, that was a funny case, wasn't it? But it's all buttoned up now. You look very pleased, Iris. I am, because I was starting to wonder what I could use as the basis of this month's story in the magazine. But this case will be perfect. It's been so fascinating. You're talking about the latest installment of The Adventures of Sherlock Sholmes, I presume. The mystery of the knife in the mist. And the mustached man and the convict's curse, perhaps. I can make it a two-part story. Oh, I can't wait.
A word, please, Iris.
Yes, what is it, Hurley?
I'm sorry, but you can't write about this case. It's out of the question.
What? Why not? It's a great case.
Then I shall have to insist that you limit yourself to the first of the two titles. The second one must never be written. Is that clear?
I mean, she's just exaggerating it. Yes.
And so it was that the second of Suraseki-san's
That's not me.
became buried in obscurity.
Who the fuck's this?
Now, looking back, I feel I understand. I can see why Mr. Sholmes forbade Iris from publishing the story. It would take a little longer before I saw the link between everything that had happened and would happen. For it wasn't until 2 months after the arrival of Susato-san's letter that events began to unfurl again. With an incident that took place at the very heart of the eagerly awaited Great Exhibition of London.
Mm-hmm. Alright. Good start.
Yeah, because
Only took 5 episodes.
because we still don't know what the deal is with the Hound of Baskerville case, because he hid the script from us.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's right.
because that's the whole thing, is that he's covering up this mystery about the Hound of the Baskerville.
The return of the great departed soul.
Whoa.
Don't bait me like this. I want a dead body to show up in another person. Oh. Alright. There it is. Grand Exhibition Hall. Well, I think we don't watch it.
I think we don't watch it, yeah.
next week's streams might be a little weird. We might actually only do one Ace Attorney next week. I'll make a post about what might be going down. But we'll probably do Monday to start it for sure. But the rest of next week will be occupied. Potentially. See how things shake out. But just a heads up, alright? But okay, we're 5 hours. 5 hours. Oh my god. Pretty good. We'll see y'all next time. Later.
Later.